I have a mouse in your house.
Lucian Carnival, death or renaissance. Now, death, because I think we understand what death implies, it's not what it used to be, it has changed, we don't know if it will continue. And then we have renaissance, a new beginning, a new life, a new vitalization. So which is it? And we have to remember that, we all remember, what's it? That movie, The Lion King, Circle of Life. Everything has a circle. So it's not a matter of saying, boy, we here and here, this is good or bad. There's a cycle. So where are we in the cycle right now? It's important for us to decide that for ourselves. So one of the things that I did was created a survey, and I sent it out, as I said before, with some questions. And I want to start off by let's sharing that information. Let's share the questions, the answers, some interesting answers, etc. What I wanted to do is to start off with some words by one of our leading carnivalists, as I call him, who could not be here today, but he wanted to make sure he said a couple of things. So we will listen to what he has to say. Let me take this opportunity to thank Harmony Carnival Band, Expressions Carnival Band, and Tribe of 12 for all the costume pieces you see around the room.
As far as I remember, I first got into the carnival thing by helping other people to prepare. So my brother, who was older than me, who started carnival before I did, joined a band and had to make a costume and go play mass on the street. He needed help with his costume, so I started off helping him. And then we had a cousin-in-law, twice removed, who was in the same predicament, and I also helped him to go out. And so I was the sort of stay-at-home, in the background costume person who made everything all right and sent people off into the streets to have a wonderful time. And I think I'm kind of still in that mode, although I've played King a number of times quite successfully. I think that my natural mode is reverting to that sort of role of making masks for other people as a sort of gift, as a gesture, as you might say a sort of empowerment, because we are giving people an opportunity here to be creative, to be expressive, to be explorative in their assimilation of the mass, in their production of the mass, in their playing of the mass.
How has the carnival changed from then to now?
In many, many ways, I think. Certainly, my own memory of how a carnival band operates was that a group of people who were connected by their social milieu, by their job, by their club, whether it was sporting or otherwise, or their neighborhood or their village, somehow came together and probably over a glass of really good rum said, fellas, what are we playing this year? And they drew on their both their sense of history and their sense of what was topical and their sense of what their own fantasies and indulgences might have been. So one guy says, I always wanted to play a Greek hero. I want to play Thor. I want to play Tarzan. I want to play Apollo. And so there would be a consensus of sorts where you would say, okay, let's play the Roman Empire this year. And coming out of that knowledge of what had gone before, people would decide that's what they were going forth with. Or they could have just as easily played sailors, which of course comes out of the World War II traditions that all of these islands went through. Or they could have played soldiers, or they could have played Aztecs. And these grand themes tended to manifest themselves in the creative process, in the playing of the mass. And it was as much, and I think this is what the fundamental change has been, it was as much of a communal as well as an individual expression. So you're like one with the tribe as well as look at me. I'm playing, you know, the greatest emperor who ever lived in my historical understanding of what that meant, or I'm playing some other fantasy that I've had, some hero, some mythological creature, some dragon, as in the dragon mask of Trinidad, for example, or the darker side of your personality. I want to play a jab. I want to go and terrorize little children in the street. That's my sort of darker side of my fantasy. So that's what I'm playing this year. So the wonderful thing about that was that there was both a coming together of a group, and it could be just a family. And decide, okay, or three fellas who lime together, or five girls who work together, and they would decide, okay, that's what we're playing, that's what binds us together, and everybody sets off to make their own version of whatever they see in their head, as well as conform with whatever the consensus is. So I think that had a certain communal dimension to it, which I think has been lost, in the sense now that masses very much look at me. I may be in a particular band, a particular set, a particular people of whatever standing, largely determined by money and affordability, we should say. But the idea that you are both one of the tribe and making your own individual statement within that, I think has been lost. So for us here at Tribe of 12, at Warehouse 11, at Landmark Group of Companies, we are trying to explore some of those more creative, cultural aspects of the festival, which we think are in serious danger of being lost, if not entirely submerged under this heavy preoccupation with just having a pretty meaningless good time.
How do you define Lucian Carnival? When you heard the term Lucian Carnival, how would you describe it or define it to someone who knows nothing about it?
Well, it depends which carnival, of course, you're talking about. Certainly the product that is marketed is really about having a good time. It's about partying. It's about, if you look at the imagery, having as little costume as possible. It's about pretty, it's about glitter, it's about me, it's about the one, the self, the indulgence. It's what we're marketing, this sort of, endless, indulgence is the word that comes to mind. It's pretty meaningless from what I've observed. And I mean, if you look at some of the ads for even community carnivals, which one would have hoped would have been, a return to roots, a return to substance, the community carnivals have gone even further because they don't have the resources to explore the creative side of the festival. It's gone even further along the indulgence range into really very physical, very licentious, for want of a better word, good time. I mean, it's a blocko. It's not much else. And my great despair is that there's so little driving the culture upward to some kind of genuine expression of what we would like to be. Yes, culture should be reflective of who we are, but what are we aspiring to? Is there an aspirational motive? Is there an aspirational content? Is there an aspirational agenda that we should also be people who are informed and enlightened and empowered and a bit more global in our perspective, that we could be selling something that is a little deeper than sex and drugs and rock and roll?
So much for having me, Kenzilia. So, Euphoria, you may know, is the show, the Thursday night show that starts the carnival. But what you might not know about Euphoria is that they take the educational component of carnival very seriously. So we started Soundcheck a couple of years ago, and I see a few faces here who already know about Soundcheck, but just to kind of explain what it is, It's two components. The day before the show, we bring the kids to the field, to the stadium, or whatever venue we use that year, and we tell them about event management, production, stage management, the truth of what goes on behind the scenes of events. And then we also like to have a symposium like this, a conversation where we can share our ideas and we can figure out how we can bring Carnival to the next level, or where are we headed. I actually just overheard a conversation, and it was really interesting because it's true, where are we headed, and that's what we're trying to discuss today, you know? What is Carnival now and what can Carnival be in the years to come? So we're really excited to be able to join Quintilia to put on this symposium today, and like I said, just to have that conversation and to figure out what is the next steps for Carnival. And so that's what Soundcheck is, and we're really happy to be here. Thank you for having us.
Thank you so much, and good morning, everyone, friends all. As you may have heard, my name is Leslie Craig Mitchell, and I am the current head of the UWI Open Campus site here in St. Lucia. And of course, this morning, mine is the very pleasant task of welcoming all of you to our site, and more specifically to this Carnival Symposium. Of course, when Quintilia approached me a few months ago about the possibility of collaborating, I jumped at the opportunity. We have over the years worked very closely with Quintilia in various capacities, and of course I think my fondest memories of Quintilia working with us on a week-long production for, in honor of Roderick Walcott, many moons ago now, and of course her hard work over the years with us in putting together our theatre arts program for teachers that we offer periodically. So ours is a well-seasoned relationship, a well-seasoned friendship. And our partnership with Euphoria, while perhaps not as long, is no less significant. And over the years it has evolved, and it has given our events management students in particular an opportunity to, as we were just told, really get a hands-on feel for what it's like to produce an event, and of course to experience working with one of the best productions, I'm sure you'll probably say the best annual production on Ireland annually. And of course, this is why we are here as the UWI Open Campus. We are here to support ventures such as these.
Let me just start off by saying, for me, I consider myself a member of the Carnival Nation. When we did the survey, one of the questions was, how do you participate in Carnival? So they call the rules. And 60% of the persons said, as a spectator, as audience, be it Carnival bands, going to fairs, going to tent and so forth. And we forget that Carnival is performance. It's called street theatre, it's performance. And so it really is about a sharing of energy. There has to be both sides of it, a give and a take, a giving and a receiving for the transactions to complete. And so, while doing this, it was interesting to me, and a lot of people say, well, I'm not really, I'm not into Carnival, but they can tell you every song, they can tell you this, they can tell you that, whatever, but they don't consider themselves carnivalists, as I said. So I thought, okay, what is it that drives them? And I think I'm calling it l'esprit baba, spirit of carnival. It's an energy. You can feel it when the season starts. It starts to take over all of us, whether we want to or not. And so based on that, I started to think, okay, when did I start participating in Carnival? When did I feel that let's be Baba? And for me, I was about 6 years old, 6, 7 years old. My grandmother lived in the CDC. My grandmother was not into Carnival, but I remember she took me on the road. And the interesting thing was that the quarrel about it, take me on the road. It was around the square because the bands used to pass that side there. And all the adults stood at the back. And once people saw a child, they would just push in front to the front. So I was surrounded by most of them, none of us know each other. But this wall of adults at the back, some smiling for Carnival, some rolling their eyes, but they were all there. And they all brought us. And what I remember about it was feeling the music first. Because you could feel, you know, from the big trucks, you'd feel the vibration. And then you'd see the light and the color coming down. And then you'd see, it was like just an eruption of energy coming your way. And of course, me being, you know, my things being on the management and directorial part of things, I was fascinated with the people on the truck who would say to people, run this way, wave, and everybody would do it. You know, that was my thing. Like, how are they controlling? They are powerful. How are they controlling everything? That was my first experience and encounter with Leslie Baba. And since then, I have continued with it. Yeah? So I want to know from you, let's just have a little interaction. When did you start participating in Carnival? When did you feel, or have you ever felt that connection to Leslie Baba?
At the age of 7, I was in Carnival. I just have this most fascinating memory. But one of the loveliest memories for me was playing mass with Pan. That was one of the most beautiful memories. So I don't know how many years, but I think I did just about every band. Most of the bands, I did Miss Booty. At the time, I did Belly Dumbo. I did, I played mass for a few years. Then I was in a singer band. That was the greatest joy for me. And then I moved into the rest of Carnival. And I have missed very few. Every country that I have lived in, I have played mass. I have played mass pregnant. I have played mass. I'm just a Carnival baby.
I think the first time I experienced like the spirit of Carnival was when I helped build my first individual costume with Barry George. And like going and the contact sequins all over me, going home sequins on me, wake up sequins still on me. Like just that energy and that vibe to like work with a group and all of us reaching the same goal to just bring that costume on the streets and then to be the one in it. I think that was the first time.
My first experience with the spirit of Carnival, I think, would be as a spectator, an audience member. I'm from the south of St. Lucia. So it was a big thing for your parents to take you just from Lowry and take you to Castries to watch Carnival. And that was a big thing because you would be dressed up, you would have your beads in your hair, and you get everything that you would not usually get down south to eat. And at my home, snacks like those artificial things, that wasn't shared. So those were the few times I would get it, like cotton candy and all of that. But mine was a bit different in that I think because my parents took part in Carnival before, in lab reviews and so on, you got a little speech before you left too, apart from the behavior. So there was a little history lesson on what we were going to do, what to expect and so on. And whilst it is happening, you're getting that lecture as well. I don't know if it's because my mother was a teacher, but even after that. So all along the process, you will be informed, educated, ask questions, do this, do that. And what really stuck with me was, the music. I love the music. I think that's the first time I really listened to Pan, and the wide range of colors and the movement. I love to dance, but I think I can dance. And I'd like to see how persons were connected with the music and they should go through dance.
The first time I felt the spirit would have been every time that my parents got to town where I used to be with my grandmom, just for that section of the street. Normally my dad would pick me up and put me on his shoulder and like jump with me for that distance and then bring me back together with my mom. And I think from then, when I got to about 8, I used to jump in Shama and Kiddies section, and that's where I really felt and experienced Carnival, and I've continued up to this day.
Yeah, from the time I knew myself, I would go to Carnival, but usually with Mao, we'd not actually, my mother would not send us Carnival, we just Mao at home when she was at home. And we were always at times fraught with a lot of, this sense of, we're doing something that we shouldn't be doing. But I think my mother knew she never told us to not go, but she would just not send us. But she never scolded us really. But when it's really, the memory that sticks out to me, the very first Carnival memory was jumping with my sisters and the neighborhood girls. And the first lesson I got in Carnival is that you jump with your elbows, so that no boy could jump behind you, so you jump like this, right? If your elbows like this. So you make sure you're always behind you, getting a good jab. So the first one was a protective thing, but what it really resonated with me was when I was old enough to understand Old Mass. And Old Mass has always been one of the main things in Carnival for me. It would always resonate. I really just look forward every year to what I consider to be one of the smartest areas of Carnival, and that has really been the thing that has linked to Carnival for me.
Coming from a highly religious background, don't forget Carnival, you got to bury Baba. So you have to go to church, you have to do all your business, your Ash Wednesday, and all the business. So for us, being the first, of 3, then my mother from church and those kind of things, they would just take us. Now, I remember in particular, Pablo was referred to as a radical priest. I don't know if you remember that. As a youth growing up, he was a radical priest because I think for a year in particular, I think he did a carnival, was it a carnival band or something? I remember that resonated with me and my cousin. We were highly Catholic and we were that, and my mother was like, hey, look at Pablo, look at, that was it, and that was the one that really brought us to, really come and check out the carnival. But my connection with the carnival is because, we are very musical in the family, was exactly what you said. How those persons up there would be in charge. And you could hear the music up to a day like today. I played music for 30-something years, for Carnival and otherwise. And goosebumps, when the songs come on, goosebumps always resonate. Especially the pun. Let me tell you something, that is just, and I think that is a major, and we will speak about it in terms of the death or the Renaissance. That is one of the major things for me, the pun in Carnival. I think that is missing. But the music for me is what really connects me. And the colors of it.
I think I was 3, 4. I went to Jouvet. That's when I got the first Jouvet I ever went to. I had my pan beating. My mother waking me up from my bed, 3:30 in the morning, from the chaussee, going down by the square. We going to jump Jouvet. And I'm in my mother's arms and she's behind a truck. That time we didn't have Jouvet bands, so therefore everybody behind a truck be jumping. That's when I got the first, my spirit of Carnival. From that time, I'm very sorry, every time I had 2 spoons knock, I behind the man. So for me, it is going with my mother. And from then on, when I had my daughter everywhere I go, calypso, finals, everything, dance pattern with my daughter there. I jumped Carnival this year with my daughter. And to tell you the truth, I don't think she ever going to stop. So my spirit of Carnival started with my mom jumping Jouvet.
There was a time when there was a lot of the steel bands had carnival bands. The main things that had carnival bands. Diamond Steel had a carnival band. Scrub had their carnival band, Turks had their carnival band. There are a lot of steel bands. So I grew up right there in Pavley with a band, a steel band that had a carnival band at the community. So I grew up in that. Carnival time comes around, this huge gathering of people from all over coming almost every night to make costumes, build costumes, a real mass camp and building costumes. That particular band were very much interested in a lot of these historical epics and so. So we play things like Vikings. We were known for that. In fact, around Nigeria, we had a lot of what we call war rats that were part of that band. These were wild fellows. So they played those wild masks and so on. And they needed a lot of costume building, metal pounding, to have bending and so to build it. So what Adrian described as community, individual and community, I grew up right there in the middle of that. It was tremendous because music, steel band music was just a part of it. It was carnival. There's no two ways about it. Steel band music, that's all I do for carnival. And the mass camp experience right there. Of course, from a family, right, as Martin was saying, very religious family. So there was this ambiguity, of warning you about carnival and devil business, and then not stopping you. Not stopping you, knowing that you've been doing great and getting in there, but not stopping you in terms of that kind of building. And then Martin mentioned Papa's Carnival Band. Yeah, it was a tremendous act because it came, at that time it was almost a revolution because right from within the band, Papa's having his own problems already. And we were with him. Okay, so we formed that Carnival Band. And the band we formed was a promotion and advertising band. And what were we advertising? ND Special. It was a new cigarette that had come in. So I smoked for the first time. And little boys and children, in the band and so on, but we advertised ND Special. And also from a religious something again, and advertising thing. So we went into that. But at that time, well, I was growing up and I was very much in the radical mood, of trying to undo all the nonsense the church was doing and so on. And very much so, the carnival was very much connected with the Catholic Church, Catholic calendar. You felt it. The whole of St. Lucia grew Ash Wednesday because of Carnival. The whole of St. Lucia knew and respected Ash Wednesday. And for a lot of people like me in the church, Vaval that you mentioned was very, very important because we went to church on Ash Wednesday. Okay? From the same people that would prevent you from taking part in the Carnival. But Vaval would have to pass after that. You got a chance to go and free up yourself because you knew you were saying goodbye to the devil and putting licks on the devil and throwing stones behind the devil and so on. So we as young acolytes in the church would participate in Vaval quite a bit. And it was a delinquent behavior because the parents didn't think you were at church, taking actions, whatever, but you found a meeting with Vaval and good. Okay, so just to emphasize what Adrian was saying very well, the community aspect is what we are losing, and the meaning, the community meaning, and just the community as a foundation of Canada.
I don't care if you think I'm wrong. Just tell me after it done, but first I go party all over town. We go party all over town.
Yo, deeper.
This is the chaos that I want. People taking over the streets. As far as the eye could see, I tell you. And it's jam from back to front. Man's on top of my head. Look at woman in here, we get you know.
I feel like our music, of course, has gone through different phases. When we first started off, Calypso, I feel like, was more the focal point when it came to music as far as Carnival was concerned. And then the Calypso started getting faster, and then Soca was born. So the likes of Ninja Dan, Ricky T, Cupid, Alpha, I feel like they ushered in that era of Soca, St. Lucian Soca as we know it. They were the pioneers of the St. Lucian Soca sound. And of course the producers as well. You have people like Curti, you have Pen and Ace, Lebo, of course. Lebo played a very important role in the sound of St. Lucian music. We went through another shift, which took us to the debut segment. I felt like that phase of our music industry was when people felt like this is the sound of St. Lucia. As much as we had a sound before, they felt like this sound was more indigenous to us. And I think that also coincided with the boosting popularity of the Carnival in St. Lucia, where we now have a bunch of foreigners coming to St. Lucia to, of course, partake in our culture and to experience the music. The downside to that is when the visitors come, they also bring their influence as well. So what we've been seeing is a lot of complaints that there's so much foreign music being played. And I myself have made that observation as well. And when people come to the island, they don't come to hear something that they would have heard back from their home. So Trinidadians are not coming to St. Lucia to hear Trinidad music, they're coming to hear St. Lucia music. I am in a unique position because not only am I an artist, I'm a promoter as well. So I wear two hats. I understand the thinking where carnival bands and promoters want to include foreign DJs because they have foreign clientele. And they know that the clientele can identify with said DJs. So I'll give you an example. Popular DJ in New York is Freeze International. You put Freeze on your card, and you could bet that the New York people see Freeze, they know him to be a good DJ, so they're inclined to follow him at whatever event he's going to be playing at. The problem is the DJs come down to St. Lucia, they don't do enough research on the culture and the music, and they come and they play what they know. So they play the foreign music, and next thing you know, you have 3-4 DJs on your cast and there's a whole bunch of foreign music being played. And you're asking yourself, am I in St. Lucia or am I in New York or Trinidad? And I think that is the problem that a lot of people have with the visitors coming in. I don't think people are saying to keep the visitors away. Obviously the visitors are bringing in income to the island. They're making the carnival bigger. Let's just be real about that. Because of the visitors, the carnival has grown exponentially. But what is very important is for us to maintain our identity. And we speak about identity all the time. People always ask me, what is the identity of St. Lucia Carnival? What makes us unique? And I found myself asking myself that question. What does make St. Lucia unique? What separates it from Trinidad or Grenada? And I don't have the complete answer, but I do know certain things are unique to St. Lucia. So we have community carnivals for one. I think that is something that needs to be emphasized. I was a little disappointed that Soufre didn't happen this year, because Soufre is, to me, it's still happening. But I still feel like it should have happened within, well, yeah, we know that. But I'm just saying, I was disappointed that it didn't happen when it was supposed to happen, because Soufre is strategically placed on the calendar where it is one of the events that gets people excited for the National Carnival. And it's a place also where songs get popularized. So I remember distinctively, this was what, 2019, Edwin Coleman for me. That song was at Soufre Carnival. I was there, I saw it, I experienced it, and it blew up right there. So, in the as well? Yeah. So, for me, it was disappointing that Super didn't happen. So, but the community carnival is one of the unique features of St. Lucia Carnival. I think, of course, the music, that's one of the main things. We have a distinct sound. Again, referencing the new segment, I think that sound has it's a very indigenous sound to St. Lucia. So, and I think that is one of the reasons it stands out, because it doesn't sound like anything else in the world, really. Another thing too, I think our parade route, believe it or not, is a distinct feature. We have one of the best routes in St. Lucia. Now, don't get me wrong, I understand there's challenges in that route. As a matter of fact, this year I saw it more than ever. When the bands have to cross each other, that's chaos, and it wastes a lot of time. So that we have to rethink that route a bit. I also think the cultural aspect of Carnival, like I think was mentioned earlier, is being lost. When I grew up, Carnival was introduced to me by my father. My father played in Diamond Steel, and he was a regular front. Every year my father played mass, and he introduced me to Carnival, introduced me to music. So I got my love of Carnival from him. And I've seen how Carnival has gotten commercialized. And I wrestle with it because I like to consider myself a very progressive individual. So I want to see things evolving, but at the same time, we must not lose our identity. And I think the shift is already happening. I don't know if you all have noticed. The shift is right. The shift is happening where the novelties of it is lost a bit. St. Lucia was appealing to people because of the music, because it was affordable as well. Yes. Now the carnival has gotten so big, and of course there are different variables that contribute to it being more expensive. Everything is not really on us. Airlines have their prices up. I don't think there's much we can do about that. Airbnb, the prices of that has gone up, and then it's a domino effect. So when these things go, like I say as a promoter, drinks gone up, the cost of the venue has gone up, security gone up. So when all of these factors go up, then your ticket price has to go up as well. So sometimes it's not even the promoter's fault, it's just they're reacting to what's going on in the environment. The problem now is we have to figure out how we get St. Lucia Carnival to appeal to visitors, keep our identity, and make it affordable.
Prices locals out of it.
Correct. Another issue I had with Carnival, it wasn't inclusive enough. Carnival has become top-heavy, where everybody is trying to have events that last week leading up to Carnival, because they figure that is when all the visitors will be here, and that's where there's more opportunity to make money. If you remember, we used to have big events like Pool Effect and White Fed in June. So people were already into Carnival or emotionally invested in Carnival from early. Now it's like Carnival is 1 week. Now I will say this year I feel like a better job was done with having more events that are catered to the ground, but I still think we need better lead up to the actual national parade. So what does that mean? The community carnivals, the same way people doing fetes in that last week, they could do fetes in June, May. People need to start getting into the carnival spirit earlier, because it's a season. We say carnival season, we don't say carnival week. So I feel like over the last few years, it hasn't really been a season. It's been really a week or two of a bunch of activities crammed into a 2-week period. It is very saturated. So I would like to see like more. I know they did mass in the city this year. I don't know how well attended it was. But I wanted to see more events of that nature. Free events too. Because let's be real, not everybody can afford to go to these fetes, especially when there's so many of them. And The other thing too I was happy about this year, I felt like the national competitions, I felt like those competitions came back, they made a strong comeback. Over the last few years, I felt like the national competitions would not, there was no real buzz around them. This year, if you don't notice, a lot of the more known artists jump back into the competition. And I think that's important because the competition is where, that's where you see where people are emotionally invested. On that night, you want your favorite artist to win, so everybody's like behind their artist. And what it does, it propels the songs. If you really look at the songs that did well in the competition, they are the songs that basically ran the carnival. Clock Out by Lily, Hello Carnival by Ezra, Chevy had Good Boss. So these songs all were in the competition, and when you perform the song, you get people into the song, they seem to want to hear the song even more. So I think the competition was well done this year, and I think we need more of that. Now I'll tell you from an artist's perspective, a lot of artists feel like prize money should go up because it takes a lot of money to put on a production. We win like 30,000 for power or 45. You're probably spending 15,000 just to get 30. Maybe not a million, but more. And that goes for the Calypsonians as well. I feel like the prize money should go up, and then now when the prize money goes up naturally, it will entice the bigger names to jump into the competition more consistently. You understand? So these are a few things that I have noticed about the carnival. I don't want to give the impression that everything is bad. I think this year security was good on the road. I know I felt safe. I don't know about y'all. I feel like there was a good police presence. The only thing I would say, when the night time came and the bands were probably like busy area, no police could be found. But for the most part, they did a good job. And I know we come down hard on the police a lot, but I think this is one of the situations where we have to come in, and I really did a decent job. Another thing too is that I think our carnival, as much as we want to appeal to the visitors, we really need to control how our carnival is being portrayed to the public or to the world. We now have gotten to the point where we are using third parties to promote our carnival. I will tell a conversation I had with, I guess, a government official who is in a position, a decision-making position for carnival, and that individual wanted to name a foreigner a St. Lucia Carnival ambassador, right? And they wanted to use, and in this case I have to use the word foreigner because that person is not visitor, right? So they wanted to use foreigners to promote the carnival. Now understand me, I'm not saying, in the social media area we're in, I'm not saying that we cannot use people on the outside to help promote. But I feel like the role and the title of St. Lucia Carnival Ambassador being given to a foreigner is a slap in the face to those who have worked hard for years to get the carnival to this level. When I did that, I told that individual, are you crazy? You want to use somebody else who does not know our culture to promote our culture? Our carnival did not get to this point because of people overseas. We promoted our culture. This is our thing. We were the ones who got it to this point, and now, when all of these benefits are coming in, you want to not give it to foreigners. No, reward us. Let us be the ones to champion our own cause. You understand? So, I understand why now people want to use influencers. I get it, because these people have followings and they could reach people that maybe you and I can't reach. I get it. But it's important to be very selective with who we choose. Because some of these foreign, I could tell you last year, they bring up some quote-unquote influencers, and what did they do? They go to parties, some of them don't want to stay in their parties for an hour. They reach, they drink up to rum, and they want to go out their home. And they're not posting anything about our carnival. They're not doing anything for us. They just get paid, and they get a free trip to St. Lucia. And that's what it is. So I think we need to be more selective if we choose to promote our carnival, and we need to look within first before we even look outside. That's what I think. The artists, the carnival bands, the promoters, they're the ones, and others, I'm not missing some people, but locally we have people who have gotten our carnival promoted and gotten to where it is today. So we must remember that when we are thinking about promoting St. Lucia Carnival to the world.
All right, thank you, Sigil. I thought we were supposed to speak about the music, but you went.
Yeah,
I will listen to the music. But I want to talk on some points that you made still. There's something that's been playing in my mind, and it's about the transition of our music from Calypso, you mentioned, from Calypso to soca, now to the next segment. Now, Martin, you help me answer, but based on conversations that I've had with the elders, it seems that every time we have a transition, it gets pushed back. So from Calypso to soca, you had a pushback. The Calypsonians were not happy that the songs were being so fast, or being made so fast, and then some of these fast songs started to win Calypso. So they were not happy, the soca got pushed back until it got to the point where, I guess, the NG soca stages, they took it and then they developed it into the soca competition. Now we have the transition from soca to debut segment, which I can tell you got some serious pushback. Today I sit and I'm listening to people who say, oh yes, debut segment, and I've always said that. I'm remembering conversations I had with the same people when I decided to push two young debut segment artists to the fore. And they will say, like, Jimmy, not everybody that can sing is an artist. You know, what if you take these fellas from them home, bring them to and something happens to them on the road? And I got that from so many different people. And these are the same people today who will say, yes, or debut segment and solution, sound and that. So the transition of the music, I can say, yes, I've seen it for myself, and I've heard about it. Martin, you touch on that from Calypso to soca. So that's my point on the transition of the music. You want to say something?
I just want a clarification on your position within the debut segment.
My position with the debut segment?
Your involvement.
My involvement? Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, people call me an ambassador. I like to think of myself as an enthusiast. I got
advocate.
One
of the first managers and producers for the music.
That's what a clear understanding of your role within the space.
So yes, I managed the first, part of the first crop of the debut segment artists. That's before it even had a name. We were advocating for a name for it, and around that time we called it Lucia because it came off of the Angolan Kuduro. They used a lot of the rhythms, loop it. They did a lot of loops back in those days to create the songs. So we were going with that name, but then in the conversation we were not happy about the name. Because for us, if you have to put Lucia in front of everything, then it's not genuine. Just like Lucia Soca. I'm so happy now that people not tagging the Lucian soca line again, it's just soca, and they put Lucian music. I ran it down. But then the name debut segment, nobody really had control over that. The lovers of debut segment, they just know that in effect, they had a segment for debut. The DJs started to create the critics called debut segment. And it just stopped. And then we were looking for Lucian Buddha and people were like, what the hell is that? No, we want debut segment. Yeah. Finish it. Move on. So that's my summary.
So just to follow up, you could just expand a little bit. Was there really an epicenter in then per se with the music?
So as your national warden, that's a wonderful question to answer to that. Why let him yes.
Yeah, let's forget to that. Another thing Sidil mentioned was too much foreign music. Too much foreign music. I think the too much foreign music, Sidil, that's me. I think that came from a generation shift, where you had the younger generation coming up and starting to be the practice. I don't know if you remember Soprano Marshall. We go to a Soprano Marshall. Every artist that comes, you have around in the air, right from the start until the film. Where you get that? You don't get that. You had home listening to a song, sometimes you go to the event, you want to wear the rap, but everybody around you start. For me,
they put it out there.
That is a generation shift. So now we depend so highly on the DJs. When you release a music first, when you release your music, the first person you can send it to is probably the DJ or put it online. The DJ is the one who says whether it gets spins, whether it's hot, whether it's not. And I personally have a problem with that. I really like when you see you put a song online and then people just take it. It's just sharing. You know the DJs have no control over it. They have no choice but to start playing. So the fact that now DJs have that control, take that song, go to a session, yeah, that's a new hot song. But then there are so many other songs. They won't even give it a chance to see them play that. See the crowd reaction. Okay, maybe I can give it a 30-second spin, just so that you can pick up some royalties. Rather than go into a session and try and be the hottest DJ around. You know, I can have a problem with that.
Actually, I have a slightly different opinion on DJs. I think these days, the DJs sit back and wait to see how social media reacts to the songs. Then they determine, okay, whether I'm playing this song or not. Before, a DJ might sit, he might like a song, and he would make it his duty to ensure that the masses hear the song. But now I think like the DJs are getting a bit lazy, and then they would listen to what other DJs are playing. So there's a particular DJ, like let's say, I saw it this year actually, and that kind of got me a bit upset. There's a song, Skinny Fabulous, I have no disrespect to Skinny Fabulous, my boy. He has a song, and I remember before a visitor DJ came and he made a point to let people know that this Skinny Fabulous song is the new song and we need to play it, and this is the best song in the world. And I sat back and I said, I like Skinny Fabulous, I like the song, but this is St. Lucia Carnival. Why so much emphasis being put on this song? Why not take a song from St. Lucia and give it that same energy? Do you know, by the next day, I'm hearing a local DJ playing the same song and giving it the same energy. It's a copycat league right now. They see one DJ playing it and they figure, okay, he's an international DJ and this is the song that we need to push right now, so let me play it too, so I'll get a forward from the crowd.
Now, based on what you just said, if you remember 2017, Split in the Middle by the Dog. That's the name of the song, remember? Where did they get this song from? I don't think they still woman and all those songs in the email and then they started playing it for international. That's the year, I think, we had, not sure, but we had a lot of visitors on island for that year. Is that the year who came in and all? I might be off a little bit.
No, 13 to 19, you had a very high
There you
volume
go.
of visitors.
There you go.
Yeah.
19? 19?
19 was the year that I found out.
Oh, yeah.
I found out about you guys, and that's when I was in Texas.
So 2017, the year of Biden government split in the middle. I think a lot of foreign DJs on island at that time. And then that was the songs on the road, for the road, split in the middle. Biden government. Exactly. Exactly. The foreign DJs took it, they went overseas, and this song became international. Split in the middle was 2 years late. Biden government was that same year. Why? Because we were more confident that we are. DJs were more confident that they played what they thought was popular in St. Lucia. And then what happened? I think the music went out with our carnival. I think we've seen an incline from there.
But that's, I'm happy to be here. I've learned quite a lot and I'm just grateful to lend my 2 cents to it. I just want to just zone back in on the St. Lucia Carnival, the death or the Renaissance. Now I've heard quite a lot, and I will tell you, while we speak of transition from one calypso to soca to what have you, let us, if you've not read the Metamorphosis, I think the time might be now to go and read that book. Go and read. There's the audio version of it. Just check it out to understand the Metamorphosis. Just check it. Just Google it to check it out. And the reason for that is there is transition, but we also evolve. Now you could transit from one to the other, or you could evolve from one to the other, taking in what you have there, you're moving on and you're moving on, you become a new creature, you become a new product, right? With your, right? With your history. So as we look at the music, I think I was asked to speak on the music, the rhythms, and the melody. First off, you need to know where you're coming from. So right now we are the every segment, we are foreign DJs, we are all that. We need to understand the genesis of it all. The shift of Carnival from the February era where Ash Wednesday, the whole vibe, and you very Raval, to the July scenario was predominantly for the influx of visitors and to bring more money. Yes. That was what it was. It was more on the financial side of things, not the artistry and the value. We took it away. If we had kept it there, just check it out, and I could be wrong, had we kept it there, we would be competing, as we said, with Trinidad and Dominica, and all the others, who kept theirs for their tradition and their artistry and you know what I mean. We moved because we saw ourselves as the Wavet Liverpool. We saw ourselves as the small fry. So we needed insignificant. So the move took away all the national pride and all the vibe we have. So right now we're competing with the giants and the big people. So right now we have to look at the foreign DJs and all those things, influencers and the new thing. That is what that's happening. As a result of that, it forces creativity to adapt to what's trending, what's happening, and what have you. So we now, with the loss of our strength or our own identity, We are gravitating, and when I say we, I'm speaking of the authorities and what have you, we're gravitating towards, just check it out. The music. Let's go straight to the dairy segment. It's the French, it's our African heritage, that's where it comes from. That is where it is. The dairy segment is more of a beat as opposed to lyrics. It has hook lines, major hook lines that just on another level, that everybody can tap into it. I went to a wedding reception and everybody well dressed and everything, and I saw an 80-year-old lady, a wrap-up dress, in a thing and what have you. Dairy segment and the floor mash up, you know. So it has the potential to just send people wild and go crazy. But we as a people, we need to understand the transition. How do we capture that and then make it ours? Because it is ours by virtue of it came out of St. Lucia. And it is actually a mix of the African, our European rhythms and all those things, because that is what music is. I think the Creole, the music in its simple term, our scientific term says, music is the art of creating sounds that is pleasing to your ear. Pleasing to your ear, didn't say to their ear or what happened to your ear. So while somebody might say, boy, that really making sense, somebody else might be jumping up to it or what have you. It's music. So let us, I could go on, but let's get back to the legacy of the Renaissance or the death. I spoke of the revolution, I spoke also of that metamorphosis. And we have seen the Calypso, and I'm happy all the survey said the Calypso and what it was, because that is the avenue that the ordinary folk got to give links to the government, to speak about issues that they may not have gotten the opportunity to speak about, and create it in a way that, because we know what music does. I'll tell you something, the science of it is, music have subliminal messages that could make people just go crazy. You could literally control people through music. Serial does it. No, they do it. When on stage we said it, how do they control them? People move them, what have you? It's in the music. As long as you like it, everything comes into it. So the music has that ability to control a population. You have to impact a population. I have children, we have those things. And not just because for the moment you can sing something that is totally nasty and have people in the air, and then it will affect an entire generation. You have the ability to do it, so we need to take an inward look at what we're doing. Because I love the guys, some of the artists in the dairy sing the more popular ones, some of them not singing the nasty songs. I want to make an appeal to them to tone down. Use the same wit and the same ability you have to make it something that could impact a nation. Trust me on that, yeah? Goodbye.
I don't know this agreement.
Okay, before you go on, I'm going to disagreement.
I'm conflicted about this one when it comes to the creativity of a creative. I, like you, I don't gravitate towards the smutty music. However, over the years, I have learned as a creative to let other people create. And if that is what their vibe tell them to do, then do it. I don't necessarily like it, but I accept it for what it is. Now, with that being said, I do understand as artists and musicians, we have a social responsibility.
That part.
Right? Now, that's me. I believe I have a social responsibility. The other artists may not believe that. But as far as telling them how to create or what to create, No, but when you say you are appealing to them to not sing smutty music and be more creative with how they expressing it, you asking them, you telling them how you want them to express.
I'm not telling them, I'm appealing to them. Yeah, I'm telling them. Guys, we must be researched. We must research what we do. When you go into something, you have to research it. You have to see whether it is good, whether it will make it, what have you. You must do your SWOT analysis. You must do all those things, even as a creator. Now, listen. In England, okay, Caribbean music represents 2% of the world market. Caribbean, Hispaniola, Haiti, down the road, Caribbean music represents 2%. 2%, that is billions of dollars. We need to tap into it. We need to be able to get our piece of it, okay? And you have all the Latin music and everything, so I say Caribbean music. But here's what, in England, there is a market, an underground market, that where people sing vagina, penis, everything to do with those body parts. Everything, all the nastiness, the drugs, take your thing, push it in your nose, everything. It is never ever on public radio. It's never ever. You know where they make the millions? On the ground. You know why? Because the authorities recognize the impact it will have on the generations of what it will do to the people. So they make their money on the ground. We don't have to take all our nastiness. When I say nastiness, I'm talking about a shoulder to lie down and all the kind of things that I'm kind of like, and put it on the media where my 10-year-old child will listen to it, or your 5-year-old child will sing it, and everybody singing it. And then, don't forget, cognitively they don't understand what it's about. Yeah, when they first sing it, they don't know it. But then it becomes, and whatever that goes through your eyes and go through there could never be erased until you die. And when you die, it's still there. That's why we have to be careful what we listen to, what we hear. So I'm not beating up on creativity. All I'm asking is, we have a responsibility to our nation. And if we want it to go, because I can guarantee you, listen to all the and not just the delivery segment, you know, guys. No. I'm talking about the creators, so they have all the songs. When you go listen to the charts anywhere around the world, you'll see which ones are playing and why is it playing. You'll see which of those songs that are playing with the wit and the play on the words and what have you, and which of those that are not playing. They have some that are playing that will only play within our setting and within certain settings within our vibe. And some of them that will never go beyond. So at the end of the day, I am not a creator, I am a creator myself. So at the end of the day, and I hate judging creativity. You see competition and think that we should have showcased all the big countries and all the things there. Yes, they have competitions, but guess what they have? They have platforms for people to go and they grow on their vibe. And there are some people that will never get into competition. But in St. Lucia, the only thing we have is competition. So we need now to create showcase, we need to create platforms to get persons to be themselves and to do it. And then they choose to go to competition, we will do it. But when you just bring them into competition and they sing their song, they song top level, but at the end of the day, on the 19th question, they may have faltered a bit and then you just threw them aside and they spend $2,500 to record the song. They buy an outfit $150. They pay dancers, they do it, they spend 15 grand. And what happened? They just tell them, well, you know, is it for you? It is really disheartening and what have you. So we have the opportunity to create platforms and what have you. So that is what I'm telling you. So then now we could tailor, not prevent creativity, but harness and create something that we could package and what have you. That's basically what I'm saying. Yeah, fair enough.
Good morning, guys.
Hello, Carnival. Nice to see you again, coming fresh off the plane. Hello.
I think all the discussion that you are having at the platform, persons are responding to, are coming at the end. And it begs the question, where are we at the beginning? Because we're
complaining about the outcome of things, but the actual planning and the vision that actually creates what we're complaining about or not satisfied about, we're not part of it. And a lot of the spaces we've spoken about, whether it is Dominica or Trinidad, there are some elements that exist there that don't exist here. There is national cultural policy, not just for music, but for all experiences. Now we ask you, what is St. Lucia's vision for Carnival? In the same way politically we say there are many St. Lucia's, there are many carnivals.
Right now, the music is not music like it used to music before. In terms of lyrics and rhythm, I find that our art, I know our artists need more workshops when it comes to writing. They need help. So when Sparrow said, "You never eat a white meat yet," everybody, so you know you're going to be seeing that fight, but we never actually start and listen to say what it was, I never understood. As we get older, we know what we're talking about. Right? That we need training. I do understand that people want to write what they want to write, they want to be frank about what they say. But if we're putting out something, up to like today, it's more than 30 years, the minister have a song out there and it's trending, still trending. I mean, if we want to put out a product, we have to put out a product that will stand the test of time. That lyrically, musically, for me. And in terms of prizes for Calypso, before Calypsonian win, you should get a car. We used to win a car. So we are here discussing what went wrong or what is going wrong with our festival. But I'm saying what we should do for us to bring back or make it on the level. I find it was on a better level before than it is now. And also, we need to stop. We need to rally. We need to do something about government determining how we run our carnival. Carnival is other people are not government. We need to put our foot down. Honestly, for one example, just let me go a little way off the music.
I'm watching time.
But honestly, when it comes to our music and the way our shows are slated, we need to fight a little bit to see where we can replace ourselves and how much we can put our music out there. Because government determines too much when it comes to our culture and our music.
I'm conflicted again because I feel like sometimes we get lost in nostalgia and forget that times move, things evolve, and how it was done before is not how it's going to be done presently. You spoke about the double entendres, right? This era of listener, they don't care about that. They want it direct. It is why it is not maybe so, Martin, maybe so, but currently this is where we are at. And it is why from Dominica, the nasty business, that music, it is why it is trending. Because it is very direct and relatable like that. As much as you may not, it may not have the longevity, you're right. It may be a trend. It may be a trend. Some people are even saying the every segment is a trend too. Some people have made that argument as well. Huh?
Just that yes.
Miss, not just a question on that same point. Miss, let me tell you something. I will rise to say, and I rise to say that our music, the beat, the creation, the melodies and thing has evolved tremendously, and it is at its best right now. I don't say that. That is what I'm telling you, it's at its best. That doesn't mean it get better. It's at its best. Listen to the word. But guys, a renaissance could mean your death.
Yes.
If you do not know what you're doing, why you're doing it, and what have you, that change will mean your death. So we have to understand that it is. I refer to you, my brother.
I agree. that music is not static, it's a dynamic thing. I mean, even the birth of soca came out as a response to reggae and the influence of the rise of reggae across the Caribbean in the 70s. People were not interested in the calypso as much, so they needed something to compete with the reggae. And your music has to evolve. And I'm really interested in the market presence and the market penetration, right? The most popular artist coming out of the Caribbean is who? Rihanna. Rihanna, right? Rihanna doesn't really sing. Does she sing calypso?
No.
Not really. Does she sing soca?
No.
Not really. She mixes it in. She mixes it in, but it's really pop, right?
Nicki Minaj too.
And Nicki Minaj as well coming out of Trinidad, right? And the point is crossover. How do you cross over into different markets? I think probably Suki is the guy you're talking about from Dominica. St. Lucia is probably his biggest market, I suspect. I think that's where he gets his most. That's what I'm saying, no, that's what I'm saying, because we kind of, and I guess it comes back to your point as to the kind of things that we sometimes entertain out of jest and that kind of thing, so we like it. But then some of the music that we see that is popular here, the Movados, what's the name of the guy who came down recently?
Bryson.
No. But anyways, whatever his name was from Jamaica. Skilly Bang, alright. I mean, I'm not saying that they're not popular, they have spread through some diasporas and whatnot, but they get they're more popular here than they are internationally, for sure. Right?
I disagree with that.
As I said, in diaspora markets, right? So these are largely Caribbean people who are getting there. And what I'm saying, well, I could be wrong.
Pretty wrong.
But I'm just saying in general, is a diaspora market. The reason why Afrobeats is so big right now is a UK diaspora market. UK Africans push the music, and that's how it grew. So the big question is, how are we getting into those markets? How are we having market presence there? Can we make the crossover music, right? Split in the middle. That's a great song because it's, you know why? Split in the middle. Decision, it catches people. There's a meaning, there's something that transcends the ability of a purely isolated cultural understanding of things. And so the reality is you quite often have to shift the music towards what people understand. It's hard to say, but you have to see how you can do that balance as well as market presence. Are we doing enough out there to be able to actually promote our music, to be able to get our musicians out there enough to be able to create that revenue stream and get that popularity as well? That's a very important point.
Let me ask you, do you think that now as St. Lucian artists, we have to sing the music in a way that the foreigners could understand? That's what you're saying?
Universal.
Universal? What does universal mean?
That's what I talk about. People can identify it because it's something that is relatable to their everyday situation. So those types of messages, I
want to ask you what you say before I make my other comment. Earlier you mentioned the definition of music, which is great sound that is in the air. I know visually there's something called, in people's faces, there's something called a golden ratio, right? Doesn't matter on race, there's a ratio of your eyes, nose, mouth, etc. That makes it automatically beauty, something of that nature. So I'm sure in music, there's some components that have to be balanced to make it appealing to somebody no matter where you
melody, harmony, beats, and those guys.
Right.
That's all my comment. I was just commenting.
Okay, going back to Calix, the reason I'm asking that question is because one thing about Caribbean music, we've been trying to figure out how to get it in the mainstream media. And a lot of experimentation has taken place. We have fused our sound with hip-hop, pop, dancehall, just so that it appeals to the international audience. What I want to know is, do we keep that authentic sound that makes us unique, even though we know people might not fully understand it, or do we try to fuse the sound? Now, take Afrobeats, for example. They sing music we don't understand. They say a lot of things we don't
What do you understand in it? What do you understand in it? What do you understand? The rhythm, the melody, the music, what that captivates you.
Right. So I say that to say, does that mean we have to change how we sound? Because Africans don't change how they sound. They sing it to us and we accept it. As a matter of fact, they are writing from us, you know.
They are taking stuff from us.
That's how it started.
But for the most part, is the dialect they use their terminology, their phrases.
But I want to ask Stephen in particular a question and to answer what is yes, I'm going to answer Listen. The reason I think that everybody wants a booking and they will sing whatever it takes to get a booking is because they are lacking the ability to export what they're doing. You cannot get, and I want to ask you, Cyril, how much money you making, brother, from just singing your song apart, from performing? In terms of selling and doing what? That's how you get to the mainstream, that's how you get to the Grammys, that's how you get into blockbusters, those things that you have to be aligned with a particular set of individuals that are particular, you have to be aligned to that to get to there. And the reason soca really not getting into that right there, when you check out it starts there, is because it's not selling, it's not doing it, it's not at that level. It's not selling.
Caribbean people don't buy music.
It's not selling. Yeah, we dig it, we like it, we find it, but to make money out of it, you are making nothing, brother. So that is why people have to go. But there is money to be made. There is money. So what you have to do is to understand how to make the money, how to do it. Let me use somebody there. There's a particular guy. He has a wonderful, and I spoke to him once or so, but he has a wonderful model that's working for him. Moto. Yes. Moto have a business model that is working for him. Moto, I know plugging for you, if you listen to that. Nobody have a business. And bro, let me tell you, I watch you as an individual, and I don't want you to go back into competition. I tell it to your nationality, don't go back into competition, brother.
With that life?
I don't know about that. It's not life. It's not life.
You have a fight that happening for you. Keep it going there, brother. Keep it happening. Don't go back into the national competition, bro. But I'm telling you, to make money, you have to, your posture, you must have the right set of things happening for you. I watched Tennyson. Let me tell you, I watched at Soca Mona. Tennyson came out Soca Mona, and he sang his. All this time, thing, and people invite him at Soca Mona. Everybody wants Tennyson. You should have been at Euphoria to see the difference. Different crowd, different vibe, different thing. You should have seen it, and you have something that's working for you, brother. So what I'm saying is, you need good management, you need good vibes to take you from the rudiments of what you're doing to excel in what you're doing. You cannot sing flat and feel. Do what it takes this year. And that is the real conversation we need to have. And for you to sell anything, we need the government. I disagree with you. Honestly, I disagree with you saying that government to involve. You need the government support to everybody can just say what they want. You are doing it. So the same person to you.
I had a lot of pressure being put on the creatives. And for me, creativity stuff. So we have a design every year has to come out with how many different sections. And it's supposed to look different from last year's costume. It's supposed to look different from Trinidad's costume. It's supposed to look good, right? So it's like Martin said, it's a competition. We have artists who every year is supposed to put out a song who doesn't sound, who should not sound like last year's song. It should not sound like somebody else's song this year. So I find we put a lot of pressure on the creators. Now, hear me out. I'm not saying don't put pressure. I'm saying we put a lot of pressure on the creators. Now, when I speak mostly about Denry segment. There was a point in time when people were saying Denry segment died. Dairy segment. I would not engage in that conversation because the little I understand about music, every music has its peak. It will take a while, we will put up music, we will not reach that peak again until a certain point. This year, we had some very good dairy segment songs. One of them is Fall, Road March. Right? We saw it. If you did not know that song came out 9 months ago, but about 10 to 11 months ago.
It was released on YouTube.
Last year.
Sorry? It was only released on YouTube like recently.
No.
Recently is 9 months. Maybe that's recent.
If you're right.
So my point is, we have to remember that creatives, they go through a process. They try until something sticks. So right now we have an influx of the new segment. We have the 2 little youths that march on the place.
And they shouldn't put them in the big fest, eh?
Yeah, that's another conversation.
I'm giving songs that not as sing at them.
That we can have.
Because see no money, tell them that you already don't have to see no money.
And there was actually a point in time, I can remember in Carnival, I remember once here, this year Carnival, costumes were not so nice and whatnot. It happens to all creatives. So when we sit and we criticize, we must remember. Let's sit down and remember last year. What happened last year? We had a good year last year. Alright, but this year we take a little bit. Let's not beat our creatives too much. See Dominica, we go Dominica. By the time you land, by the time you leave, bouillon and low. Why is that? I think it's a personal
Ministry of Culture. How we come from Ministry of Culture? That's a fact.
Strong policy.
No. Big events. Forget the big events. You're on the road, all vehicles are passed. Bouillon. It's a personal thing. Maybe they influence it. But so we need to get to that point where we can back our creatives. Yes, you did a good job. It's not all that this year. Let's look forward to next year. Rather than sitting down there, the music wasn't good, the road wasn't good, we need to get to that point. That's my thing.
Okay, for me, there seems to be a huge issue with education and policy. We cannot bash education. I don't care. You cannot let an uneducated person, no offense to people who didn't have the opportunity to recognize, systemic issues with lack of education, right? So I'm not going to bash somebody who has no education. But then we see this person is producing something that is of low quality. We do not say, that's what that represents what's on the ground. And they resonate with other people, the low quality resonate, because the other people also have issues of education. So we don't say, that's it, that represents solution, that represents who we are, that represents what's happening on the ground. Just leave it. Yes, they are representing and reflecting their particular circumstance. So now we have to say, how do we improve their circumstance so the quality of the product improves? The people at Sandals, right? How much are they impacting on these people in the small communities, right? So we are focused on setting up tourist resorts. Okay, tourist resorts, right? How we are focused on catering to them without recognizing, I don't think, some extent. That's what I'm getting. That's what I'm getting. That's not the kind of market. Go ahead. Because I'm just hearing a lot about, because when Sidel spoke and you told me to go back to the list, you focus on money making. When you talk about money making, if the locals don't have the money to sustain you, obviously you're going to go to an outside market. That is my thinking, okay? So if I say wrong, I will clarify. But I've heard a lot about money before you came in, we had a discussion about the influence. and contribute to that.
That's not your market.
I respectfully defer to what was mentioned when we spoke about the
Okay, darling.
right? Okay, so what I'm saying is that there is a mix between policy and education, and I think your market reflects, of course, your local context, and you cannot just ignore it because the visitors and the foreigners will influence your people, and then you will not know what your culture is and what your product is.
I didn't know the symposium would turn out so tense.
I love it.
So going back to this death or renaissance question, I think our music is doing both. I think, in a way, colonization, like with all the visitors coming in, we're trying to appeal to a market that is, like, I feel like if we just be ourselves, our music will sell anyway, right? No matter what that could be the smutty music, that could be the Ezra Hello Carnival. Just now, let me finish. Okay. So going back to, like you said something about the influencers coming to St. Lucia, right? I agree with you. We don't need them, right? I also feel like we don't need foreign DJs. So I'm going to bring my question back that I asked earlier. Well, two questions. I said, who are we doing the carnival for? And as a promoter, how do you encourage spaces for local DJs to thrive?
I think as of late, it feels like we're doing carnival for the foreigners or the visitors, alright? I've heard many comments on prices paid in USD, the cost of the events. They feel like even how things are marketed, it seems like it's marketed for visitors more than locals. I get that perspective. For me as a promoter, I am very pro-local. I'm not saying I don't hire foreign DJs, I do, but I ensure that we have more local than foreigners. It absolutely pisses me off when I see, whether it be a carnival band, a promoter, they promoted a band or the event and they're using a foreign song. That pisses me off. Like, we have so many songs, why are you all using foreign music? So, for me, I think we need to kind of pull our locals into the fray a little more, rather than focusing on the foreigners. And I'll tell you what, a lot of the foreigners this year, visitors, a lot of them this year, they've already told me they're not coming next year. They've had fun, but they feel like St. Lucia is way too expensive to come to. And then when they get here, after they pay all that money, they're not getting what they came for, the authenticity.
Oh my goodness, you go back to it!
And let me tell you which islands, correct, let me tell you which islands are trending right now. St. Vincent and Grenada, and Dominica too. But I think Dominica been trending last year, Creole Festival there. But as far as Carnival is concerned, everybody's talking about Vinci because they feel like it has not gotten to the point where it's commercialized. They feel like it's still in its raw element for the most part.
That's why I said colonization.
I get you on that. So we need to find a balance. I'm not saying it's going to be easier, because at the end of the day, the visitors come in just benefit us, let's be real. Yes. They bring in revenue that locally we probably would not get.
But at what cost?
Correct, at what cost? So we need, as a carnival fraternity, we need to figure out some kind of equilibrium. Because we need everybody. We need the locals and we need the visitors as well.
Hey, I would like to speak to you, my darling, instead of this segment. Okay? I am old lady. I have been in Carnival for over 50 years. I am crazy about my folk traditions, and you all would know me as the masquerade lady. Yep. I am very upset that nobody except Invader from this country has taken our masquerade rhythm and made it a St. Lucia rhythm, 1. And 2, my darling, let people criticize you as much as you want. You know why? You grow on it. Never be afraid and never let a criticism put you down, because it is what you need to grow. To grow. The St. Lucia music, I enjoyed the music this year. I did not enjoy the band that broke down, that stopped in front of us on the waterfront and was singing about pushing whatever. I did not enjoy that because it was unnecessary. I want your Delhi segment came out of solo. You don't know what solo is? And you know why solo came into being? Because in those years, people were tired of being told what to do and what to say. So they came out with solo. And Delhi segment came out as just because of solo. And I want to tell you something. I need the guys who are singing Delhi segment to understand the tradition out of which they came and to honor it and respect it. Okay? Now, I'm telling you now, the Delhi segment, you never had old ladies sing the songs. Hello! They sing very smutty songs. But it had a place. And the place was the community. The community. They tried once to put Delhi segment on the, not Delhi segment, solo on the side stage in jazz. Well, the ladies were singing nice, until they went to the song about the man who gave them the ride and then he asked her for a back shot. And every single person who came in, all the dignitaries, every time they came, this 70-something-year-old lady would sing the song over with a big smile. And I know that is a form of rebellion. But let me tell you, keep doing your stuff. But I need us to do 2 things. Does Delhi segment belong in Carnival? One thing I need you to think about. Is Delhi segment not supposed to stand on its own? If you don't want to sing Carnival, fine. But can you not stand on your own as a big community music that can just grow within the communities? Yes, you can have 2 sets. You can have Delhi segment for the community, you have Delhi segment for Carnival. You can have both, but you need to really think about it. And I am going to apologize for people from my age who let the ball down on passing on children. When I hear people complain about Carnival, I say to them, people my age, did you take your children to Moscow?
Thank you.
No. So how do you expect them to get the feel? Do we teach craft in schools? No. So how do we expect them to get feel? What we got afraid of was the fact that all of a sudden, our bright children that we sent to school were coming up with those things that we could not identify with. What we need to do is to sit down together and understand what we can feel off from each other. But continue yourself today. I love your music. My Delhi segment, I just love Delhi segment. It does a thing to my soul. And I think it needs to be developed and it will go places first and foremost in St. Lucia. We need to look at our market here first before we can take it up. Thank you.
You're right. The segment stuck because it was highly criticized. But you must understand there is a point where the criticism is just garbage up. And that's what I'm pointing at. Sometimes, yes, you criticize, but after you criticize, you just continue and then it just becomes garbage up. And because of that garbage up, that's why the segment stuck. And because it became so popular, what these people talking about, they go back and look for it. Numbers start rising, it's that people start hearing it international, it became out. And there's another part of the music, which is the folk music. There's a new age folk music, I call it new age, and then there's the new music. So what you hear in the Creole season, new age focus. That's for me. Okay? The recycling is a state, not with okay? And it's going to be everywhere people ask it to be in the country, and Western defense, we will be there. So we have to get to the point where we actually embrace it. We haven't gotten to that point as yet. And then the artists, they have hope to do this. But again, it's creativity. I will have this conversation with them one-on-one, not in public. I will never tell an artist, yo, this is what you see. I'll not tell them in public. One-on-one conversation I will have with them. Be more creative. YT is my favorite debut segment artist. That's one of the most creative artists. Debut segment artists you will find. People singing Kere Kere, they don't know what it means. They don't know what it means. What does it mean? It's just an expression. What is it?
That's what I mean.
That's from me to you and to everybody else. The new segment is in the state. The criticism is welcome. Once it passes the criticism, it's blown. Sorry. Alright? Thank you.
Just for me to conclude, I did for my stuff written down and stuff there. The celebration carnival is still an important cultural celebration in Lucia, and music is definitely a core in the festival. The presence of the traditional genres such as calypso, soca, as well as the popularity of the groovy and the dance segment demonstrates the festival's music dynamic nature. Whilst the discussion about the future of the carnival rages on, I mean, it's crucial to recognize that the festival transformation is unavoidable. So whether we like it or not, we are going to be involved. We need to accept the new music, the new forms, and strike the balance between the traditional and the new in terms of for the durability of the rhythms and melodies. This year. There's a particular song I just want to sing. Balance in the dance. Yes. Balance in the dance. Why you heard the melody move and it right there. That was like, oh my goodness, that was like on another level. And you see how we could use the music and the melody to really vibe. Do you understand? So, no. We're talking about music, brother. I want to move the segment from a picture. I know you stick it to the segment, but the segment is part of the collective. So if you want to move it on its own, brother, you have to fight on your own. But woman is an island, brother. Alright. As the solution animal progress, yes, it is definitely not dead. It is critical to strike the balance, as I said, between the modern and the tradition. And I just want to say, as we understand the catchy music, the catchy rhythms, and the heartening melodies, we need to ensure that the renaissance that we were going to does not equate to the death of what we do. Because it must be inclusive and it must be a transition or as we evolve, and not one pace of the other. So we're not dead. The Renaissance we get, it's a new age, it's a new vibe. But again, the generation now will be responsible for the next generation. So let's do that. Love you.
So I want to appeal to you, the listener, first of all, to support the artists and support the music. My grandmother used to say something, I see better than I hear. And what she meant by that is, she rather see action and hear talk. I think a lot of times we see we support the artists, but how do we support them? We need to put our money where our mouth is. One, understand that artists invest a lot of money, time, energy, emotions into creating music. So you could meet an artist and give them some encouraging words, that goes a long way. I can tell you personally, from my journey as a musician, every 2 years I want to give up. I want to, even during this season, I can be very honest, there was a point in this season where I felt very defeated. And it's people hitting me up and saying, but Cyril, your music is good, you're good, don't give up, don't be deterred. And that goes a very long way. Have conversations with your creatives, talk to them, encourage them. If you can spend another 99 cents US just to purchase the song, stream the song, it's not much. The other thing too, I am very hard on my peers. I always tell them they have no standards. We as creatives need to create standards. We need people to respect us. We are the ones making Carnival happen. If there's no music, there's no Carnival. But the way we are treated sometimes, I believe that it shows that there's a lack of respect. Not only for artists, I'm talking about dancers, producers, everybody. We need to start looking at creatives as professionals and not, oh, you're just singing a thing or she just dancing. We need to get out of that mind frame. People need to look at us as serious people who have talent, and this is our business and our livelihood as well. So I'm appealing to you all to go out, encourage your peers and your family and friends to support the creatives. And the creatives, I trust me when I tell you, I am hard on them. We have group chats. And when I hear how some of them operate, I get on them. I am the biggest critic. And sometimes even my management, they tell me, Cyril, you talking too much. Because these guys don't care, you care for them more than they care about their own careers. So I am very hard on them, and I'm hoping for that day when creatives in St. Lucia are given that respect, not just by mouth, but you compensate us accordingly. Because this thing is not easy. People do not understand the sleepless nights when you have to sit up and those trying to come up with melodies and rhythm and lyrics. It is not easy, people. Trust me. So please support your creatives, support the music, share, like it, comment. These things go a long way. Thank you.
Okay, so to say thank you for our panel as
What happened during this party? Stay inside of these beds. What happened during this party? Stay.
I'm your section leader. I think I actually led one of the sections just on Monday and Tuesday on the stage with Fusion Mass, and I am happy to be joined by a dear friend and fellow masquerader and creative connoisseur, Ms. Melissa Giddings, yes, Tuta, who's also a creative director of Fusion Mass. So we have a lot, to discuss. And then we have a connoisseur times 3 in the man Barry George. Barry is so much to St. Lucia, and I think we understand in terms of his contributions, not just to Carnival, but the arts overall. So I think we're in for quite the treat as we explore this topic of masquerading. So we have the celebrations and we have those festivals, and it is an expression of who we are. But then ultimately, what is it going back into? Are we celebrating or masquerading to see we've masqueraded? Is it truly a sacred festival, a sacred ritual? And then how does all of that fall back into the St. Lucia that we ultimately want? And so, I kind of wanted to start there because your experience as a masquerader, of course, has a lot to do with how grounded you are. And there's a particular song for me every time I hear it. It's a Trinidadian song, but every time I hear it, it's extremely emotional for me, and it's lyrical freedom. I'm going to pause because it makes me a bit emotional. In fact, last year for Columbia, right, post-COVID, when Lyrical sang that song, it started to rain. My hands were up in the sky, the rain was coming down, tears came on my eyes. Because unless you're a masquerader, lyrical freedom. Close your eyes and feel how freedom does feel. Close your eyes and feel we are masqueraders. And so the prettiness of the costume is nice, it's lovely. The gram moments, the Instagram moments are beautiful. But then, how does that connect back to your being? So, Melissa, let's start there, and then we'll go across the back.
So if I have to look at it from, of course, my perspective, I started in Carnival very young.
My mother loves Carnival. My father used to wear costumes with Secret Carnival Band. So as a child, I used to be on the floor on some little chalk cabin somewhere, watching him do his well day. So I've always felt, connected to Carnival in that way. Of course, at the time, there were all those themes happening, and people stayed in their sections. So I really had that experience. As I grew older, in terms of my preparation for the road, and just to show you how connected it is, that spiritual connection. When I got my costume, I always had my little glue gun, my scissors, so it's like a costume, like it was my ritual. Even the way I bathed was different, right? I kid you not. When I got up early, I got dressed 2 hours before in terms of, really preparing, the whole washing of yourself, almost like a baptism, the way of the makeup is done. I mean, not in the fancy way that they do it now, but I would have my little beads, and make sure the stocking was on right, making sure that whatever had to be revealed was revealed or not revealed, and then the pride in walking up, because I'm not taking bus, but you need to see me, right? So it's that sort of, it's a performance, right? And so all of that is part of the spiritual process, of it being spiritual, walking up, and then now to get in a section. And I wanted to make sure that I was in a perfect place. So as I was crossing the stage, you saw my performance. Now somebody listening to me now might say, oh, it's all about, being seen. But that is what Carnival is, It is a pageantry. And I'm going back to when you started off, you spoke about us marketing as opposed to what it is. I think the pageantry has been lost, right? Carnival is about the pageantry. It's a stage, the spectators having that experience, understanding what you are portraying, that spirit of Carnival taking over you and you presenting, and that element has been lost. Now I know, maybe I'm jumping all over the place, but I always jumped in a two-piece. I'm 40. I always jumped in a two-piece. From the time I knew myself, it was, that. But, it was a butterfly laying there, this there, that there. And I don't remember, there was always that conversation, but the pageantry was always there. Now, if we go to Brazil, right, they do all of their body painting and they this and they that, but the pageantry is there. There are all of those floats. They're doing it with their samba or whatever their culture is. The themes are there, all of that is there. So I'm saying all of this to say that I think it is the intention that is lost, right? What exactly are we playing? So am I on the road to be part of that spiritual awakening or whatever it is that's happening to me, or am I on the road ready for the gram? And that's two different intentions there. So when you look at Brazil with their bikini and beads, that's intention. They're playing mass. They're telling the story. The stories are told through the costuming, even when the woman is just having a thong. But there is this big, massive headpiece, and she's on a float. If it's birds, they're talking about the bird and the this and that. And they're doing this pageantry. And once upon a time, from my experience, we had that. So when people talk about the nakedness, I'm not sure that we're speaking so much to the physical nakedness, but that nakedness of the soul, that is, like the masqueraders sometimes appear empty, right? So for me, that is the spiritual connection. And even now, in as much as I don't have all, those languages as before, the same ritual and process applies to me, that I lay out everything and the shower continues to be the same. I need to bathe 2 hours before, and it just feels like I am getting, almost feels like I tell people it feels as if I'm getting ready for a wedding every year. Like it must be my best self. And my friends laugh about it all the time and they say, you just have a different walk when you're on the road. It is, hey, this is what it is. I am ready to play mass. So that's what I'm about.
In St. Lucia, we don't play mass. The terminology for St. Lucia, we jump carnival and we play mass, and that's two different kinds of things. And what's explained to you display masks. And it still exists in two forms. We have the ritual of the jouvert that our public still is connected with, but they still go through the action of the jouvert, but they still disconnected with the jouvert. And of course, the parade of bands, which is we play, we jump carnival. And for them, jumping carnival is wearing the costume, go and drink, have the fun, throwing the dance, and just crossing the stage with no intention. Actually, the animals during the carnival understand the idea of playing mass, the transformation of going into the costume and becoming part of the costume, and you're part of the costume, and you're now connected to a bigger band and crossing the stage for presentation. All of that now is as a result of lack of education. They're totally disconnected with the carnival. And how do we get them back to the understanding of it? So that we have to work on. Okay, I'm from the Carnival Bands Association as the president. I know for a fact our members are trying their very best to stage a parade. But we have so many difficulties in staging a parade. One, in the mindset of the regulars coming in. And it tells that bands have difficulty in managing the person who's jumping. Even I had a situation just a couple of days in my new band. Persons bought full costumes. On a Monday, they only came to the meeting and I'm back. So I had to wonder what we were doing. So of course I suffered the consequences of my stage presentation because they let the business go. And you find that happening across the board. So how do we change that mindset? It's a very serious thing again. I know the public would say it on the Castle Carnival on Wednesday, but every year on Wednesday, the public on the radio or television saying that they didn't see anything for Carnival. Again, it's because of the route. The route right now is an unfriendly route. The Carnival has grown bigger, mega. So you find a situation.
Mega J.
That too. You find a situation where now bands cross each other on your main viewing point, which is waterfront. And that is a challenge to even show the packaging that we want to show. I can attest to that every band intentions to show something beautiful. However, the route poses a major issue for that. And I can go on by saying the festival has a lot of challenges in the artistry being showcased. In the role of the police, understanding what the bands want to do, how to manage the role, affects all of the public that we want to show as well. And the list goes on. But all in all, as Stacey was saying, one of the things I can tell you from being in Carnival for so long, we have shifted from February almost to 3 years now. And in doing that, we have never sort of really defined what is Celebration Carnival. That is still plaguing us in many ways and forms. Every year we may change themes and try to do things, but we have not defined it. And that we happily see the signs or the results of not being defined. And of course, one of the major problems again in the festival is development. There is no scope for development in the Carnival. I say it publicly like that. So you hear the Calypsonians talking about it, the pan people talk about it, even the bands. So whilst there is a budget to execute the Carnival, there is nothing for development. And that's the problem. And we see the signs of it. So how do we correct it? What means do we put in place to bring that correction? I know Stacey spoke about mascot. There is still mascot, but not in the traditional way. Because right now, mascot is too expensive to even try to hold. So mascot in forms of people's house, balconies, garages. You may not know it as publicly like before, but it exists in those small portions because it's more economical to do it that way. So people do it in small portions. You'll find maybe a Zoho and Trade where we have a massive mass count because of the kings and queens that they build. You'll find those big costumes within those kind of spaces when it comes to the intricate pieces for the backpacks, people that have smaller spaces. So it still exists. But again, in terms of how do we bring the young talent into it, there's still that void. There's still that void. And again, it's because of no development, no connectivity to try to bring everybody together to showcase it. We see all of those little problems with the festival. Where the festival is right now, I think we're in a good and a bad place at the same time because Celebration Carnival is really huge in a very, very big way. It has developed in so many ways that it could only get better. But as it improves, it is still vulnerable. And it's not really too more about the vulnerability of it in terms of education, development, things like security, the things that would sustain it to give it that longevity, to succeed and be better. To me, I believe a successful carnival is when all of the stakeholders can benefit. So when I'm still here, the bands not doing too well, or the pan people still crying, and the calypsonians still crying, and even the vendors on the road still crying, I still feel that we can meet the festival requirement. Because I look at the festival in that whole sphere where everybody who are stakeholders should benefit some way or the other. Even Juve is one of the major aspects of Carnival that I'm sure that you've never seen Juve in any poster, in any follow-up, in anything, in documentation. This year, historically the biggest Juve in the history of celebration. 11 bands. 11 organized bands came out for Juve this year. And still not documented. So again, we have to wonder, what aspect of the camp are we pushing? When there's growth in Juve, who's highlighting that? Who's documenting that? When you have bad company or archetype bringing 700 revelers for Juve, you have to understand why, and there's a reason for it. But I mean, other questions go on. You can ask me a lot. I have a lot to tell you. Just bring the questions. So I'll stop for now.
The MECA, we moved it from February to July because we did not want to compete with the MECA, which was Trinidad, because we wanted to, bring in more people. We have lost the spirituality right there, as you said, we did not define it. And when we talk about encouraging, how do we get people to be part of it, to learn and to know? The schools were a big part of Carnival in February. I mean, at Carnival during February, I don't even remember many classes. I was doing Carnival Princess, I was doing Calypso, I was doing this, I was doing that. So the school nurtured too. While I came from a home that's, where we had some bit of cultural understanding, the school really nurtured my interest in and developed my creativity. So junior Calypso, all of that. So that education tied in with what was going out in the outer world. So everything that was happening on the outside, culturally for St. Lucia, happened at school and to a lesser extent my home. So I was able to get that grounding and that foundation. What I didn't get at home, I got at school. So now we do not have that. And yes, there is a theatre arts syllabus right now that covers cultural forms, and Carnival is one of the forms covered. But again, the time we're having it, the time when we need to cover it, to go into the SETS program, that is one tie up there. So there is nobody teaching, and as you would have pointed that out, there is nobody teaching, how do we make make the costumes. And we had also criticism that all of our costumes are made in Trinidad and designed in Trinidad. But, there are lots of young designers, again, on the ground that you don't know about, right? I was able to walk into somebody's bedroom and it looked like I entered a store, right? It looked like I entered some boutique where, you had to swipe your card to enter. The lighting, the way She had everything arranged. It was her bedroom. And this girl is sewing her swimsuits and doing her little costume there, her Tuesday wear, right there, right in her little bedroom. And it was fantastic, the kind of work that she had. I was in a flurry. It looked as if I was buying a swimsuit from Victoria's Secret or some big brand. And what I'm saying is that so the talent is here. The talent is here. It's just that nurturing it, getting more people exposed to it, and finding out who our people are, because we do not know who our people are. There are a lot of people doing things. So it's getting the craft to be more exposed, getting people to be more exposed to the craft, so that they too can build on the little that they know.
Again, just reinforce this point. And just not narrowing down just to Carnival, because what she explains to is really about the treatment to creative industry. And if, again, like for example, the person doing the swimwear and sewing, they fall on that bracket. How do we assist them to get them out in the fashion, get those people out? Because at the end of the day, Carnival is on that festival and brings all of the art forms together, from the seamstress, the wire benders, everybody, and it's really an industry. So if already we have problems with creative industry, we will see the flaws even in the major festival. So it's really about us and strengthening the whole idea of creative industry and cultural industry that we've been talking about for so many years, because they all falls part of the music, the producers, all aspects of it. So what we can grow there, we will at least have access to all of it, and that's what you see right now.
Just before we open the floor for questions, I want to pose one more question to our panelists. We have the national parade for one set of masqueraders. What do you think is the role of community carnivals for those masqueraders there, where it is not necessarily the big pretty costumes, people still reveling in their t-shirts, or is that, like you were saying, Barry, is that a community carnival's jumping carnival, or are they playing mass?
You go first. Well, I'm one of those who support the community carnivals, and I'm one of those who even support the idea of what was happening this year, where they were asked to try to shift before the national festival
events.
And because I understood the role of the community carnival, and the word community speaks a lot. And just go a little further. The community carnival is something personal. Everybody emulates or vision of the national festival on some form of it in their own community. So everybody try to do something that celebrates them. Nico come to carnivals while celebrating their people, the people, the lifestyle, and to bring out the various talents. And they do it in a specific way for their people. And that's unique. And that should be supported even outside of within the carnival. Dairy, Sufra itself, these are strong areas that do the carnival. And again, it's something personal to their people. And it should be encouraged. And of course, again, it brings out the talent and the various talents in the communities and the craft people and give people an opportunity that what you see in the national, you get on a community basis, because not everybody might meet the national standard. So it's still something that support. It's still a way of building the brand of Carnival throughout the community too, because they do reach out and ask for costume building workshops, they ask for little things, and this is a way we can strengthen them. So I think it's a very important thing. It's still important. Even libraries do this. It's an emancipation, and it's called an emancipation kind of parade, carnival, and you can see the essence why they do the emancipation around. I think that needs to be supported. But like I said, there's still a need for it for a number of reasons. I want to our national carnival, but I can tell you that from a national carnival point of view, is let's understand St. Lucia in the sense. The national carnival is expensive, and I have to say that. And it's not by any bad fault. The production of it is expensive. It's really expensive production. And you have to understand that everybody can meet the prices of the cost. And believe me, when you pay the price of to be in a band, what is the cost you pay for? You pay for the experience and all the infrastructure that costs easy, endless money. I want to understand that. So the community carnival is almost like another place where people have a smaller budget so they can express themselves and still let that as well and support it as well. So I think it has a space as well. Okay, I think that's my answer now.
In terms of playing mass, I think they play mass. Because to play mass doesn't necessarily mean that you need a particular style of costume where it needs to be, big or whatever. So they play mass, with what they had. Initially, when Carnival came out, it came out of the grassroots with people forming their own little bands and taking what they had and helping in the community. And we touched on that, Barry, with that being, community. So I'm agreeing that, there is space for the community carnivals. Where the carnival should be, I'm not sure I have an answer for that, but I would say that, they are playing mass.
Okay, so now we can
Nice to see you again, coming fresh off the plane. Hello!
I am disappointed in the costuming or the lack thereof because it's going to see every year that it's difficult to distinguish band from band based on the costumes after a while. Whereas when I look back at pictures of my parents when they played mass, I remember as a pirate. I knew that was what she was because that wasn't a costume. I saw pictures of people playing flames, secret lips in bed by fire. I think it was featured in First National Bank's calendar a few years ago. I saw cops and robbers. These are things I remember. I have photos of my parents playing mass, and you could see costume, you could see distinction between bands, you could see definition that aligned with the descriptors, the lovely descriptors that come about. And she couldn't understand what I was talking about. This is a girl that wore a costume, this is a girl that did go off the line. And she couldn't understand. She's like, but the thing is there, and I'm like, really? And really? And I remember having that discussion with another person associated with another band, and he thought I was being too, not critical, whatever the word, he was not in favor of my observation because I was trying to tell him that, it's nice to have the beauty of what is done, but it's difficult to accept the descriptions that you give the sections when the section does not really reflect that. With the exception of a headpiece, color scheme, there's no identifier that when I see a reveler from whatever bands, I need to be able to see differences. And I speak as audience member because, again, that is part of the entire street user experience. The audience, it's not just Carnival, it's not just for the reveler. And as an audience member, it's disappointing from that vantage point. And so, one of my questions, I wonder, perhaps you have to bring it back to your associations, and if you'll have meetings, parley with that, and discuss what are we doing for Carnival next year? What do we want St. Lucia Carnival to look like? I wonder what is the purpose for some of the bands? Not just to give the revelers a good experience, but what is your purpose? What is your role in St. Lucia's cultural landscape? That when we look back 10, 20, 30 years from now, and they can identify bands that have had an impact on St. Lucian culture,
you can identify Tunisian spirits. You know, you can identify Sikra Gibson. You know, there are certain things that stand out because the creativity was there and there was artistry within it. And I wonder what is the purpose to just make a money, to have a good time, and just to create something that people wear, or to actually create theater. And
That's a lot of questions.
Sorry. So, yeah. Just now. Let's take it. Yeah. Let's just take it in pieces because there's a lot. Sorry. Carnival has always been a space where people should be allowed to present what they want to present, how they want to present it. And I understand that you're not seeing what you want to see. My qualm, for want of a better word, with what is happening is that there are a lot of people who want to see things like you, right? But there are not enough doers. So when I go on Facebook, I hear people talk about what it used to be, right? But you want those people who know what it used to be to come in and have a voice, because the bands are big, because these are personal investments, right? So again, when we moved from February to July, we spoke about attracting the tourist dollar and all of that. So the bands are big because of personal investments. Now that the bands have grown this big, and the influencers, I hate that word, but the influencers are now, turning their cameras and taking over and saying, come to St. Lucia Carnival. They are the ones who have really hyped up the carnival, and now the government is coming in and they're giving you a little money here and a little money here. But those people do not have that grassroots understanding. They're investing their money, they want some returns, right? So the people who want to see, who are here criticizing, and it goes back to what is it, and Auntie June apologized for their feelings. It's true. Well, not Auntie June specifically, but it is true. What is it that you gave back? How are you coming into the space? Because year after year, I try to stay away from Facebook because I know some bashing is coming, no matter how much good, was done in that year. What have you done? What are you doing? How are you? Because the space still exists. Adrian Roger gave him that, continues to his faith, and continues to represent that part of the carnival as we know it, probably as we would like to see it. But are we having conversations, for example, when you look at the Lost Tribe in Trinidad, it's almost like a hybrid. It's you can see it, but there is the little sexiness, for the people who still want that, but you can see the full costuming, you can see a part as you're saying. So there is an evolution, right? But that representation is there. So are we having those conversations? Is it that we need to look towards that? Because whether we like it or not, you are not going to see 10 bands next year looking like Adrian's band, whether we like it or not. So, we need to have those conversations as you say, what is it that we're looking at? But one of the things, to answer your point about do we have meetings and whatnot, when I spoke to the head of Fusion, right, that would have been some of the things coming up, all of their money going into it, wanting to give the revelers what is it that they want, because at the end of the day, you start to lose money. So how do we balance it?
And then I guess that's just to enforce on Stacey's answer as well. What you see right now is actually evolution. Okay? And it goes back to my earlier point. I kept stressing to me about development. Almost 8 years ago, we saw the phasing off of what we call the traditional carnival bands. And what might say is, how did it end up phasing out? The new era of carnival bands came in and embraced the technology, market differently. It became stronger organizations, and we find the traditional suffered a little bit. Again, if a government is investing money into carnival, is there anything to support the traditional bands? So we can have the variety that you're looking for. It's really about the variety you're looking for, because it can tell you there are unique costumes in each of the bands. We still see that similar. It will look very, very clear. The color schemes, the element we have chosen, and the moods of colors, everything. Designers walk. Not because you have no, you're supposed to say good for true. You know, so designers evolve so much. Is what we really facing right now is the diversity of the balance of a little more traditional, you know, in between the what we call the pretty max.
Now you say that, that's where the creativity is. I observed junior carnival pictures, I saw the different things, the different bands, the different. You could clearly see what it is. And I heard people saying, oh, they were like, adults don't like too much cloth on them, and that's why we have moved away from heavily clothed people to less than clothed people.
Now,
but
just answer
I had never want to say.
Now, let me answer you again. The junior carnival players or leaders actually represent the person that would like to make that transformation. So they can't do it in the art of this expensive, no other means to do it. So you find out in junior carnival, but if given the support, you probably might see filter eventually. So junior carnival still is you can use that as a measure as to the possibility of the change or that inclusion into the adult as we go on.
In January, where you get those persons coming out. Yes, they have the costume back, but they have those who actually come out persons like in La Mate, where the men dress up like different characters, like a Dimmery, they be on the road and that. I think a little bit of that might be their own mask, right? But a little bit of that is kind of missing. The theater is missing on the road in the National Carnival. That's one. Two, I am a leader of a junior band, and it hurts me tremendously that adult carnival is so widely portrayed on the websites, the Facebook and everything, but there's nothing, not one, no costume, nothing, zero, zilch for junior carnival. Nothing. The date of junior carnival was not known by the wider public. And the date they previously gave us was the 2nd of July. And our president, thank you, for tooth and nail for us to get the date that we wanted was the 9th of July. Yet still there was no marketing. We tried our best to put everything out to market our bands, do what we needed to get done. We didn't get any subvention. We still waiting. We did not get any publicity. We didn't get anything widely done for us. Right? And then we had, as we were fighting, we were given a route on the day. We were told that we could not get that route. And we say we want something to develop carnival to be developed properly, and for the generations and everything like that. But yet the persons that are there to bring it up, they do not invest, not one penny towards persons for us to bring it up. What are we teaching our own children? And then when we get something else in the carnival, it is not there. During carnival, I was sick. My dancers built my carnival band. It was small, but they built it themselves. They built every king, queen costume that was on the road. They braided every single costume that was on the road. They did all the headpieces. That's children from ages 10 to 16. They did themselves. Because I was sick, I couldn't walk, I had fever and everything. And they came to my house and they did it. But everything came from my pockets. But what are we doing, or what is the authorities, the persons hired are doing to help the junior bands progress so that we can give a better product in the future?
At the beginning of the session, Kentilia mentioned 3 areas: ancestral, individual, and communal. So I like that now. I actually wrote down spiritual or religious. So I like now that we're having that, and I think she should add that as a fourth part. Because of that, we really understand what or how Carnival be done, even if it has transformed for us to understand the process we're going through. Like you were talking about your ritual, even the kind of food you eat on the morning before you go on the road is very important. So I just wanted to mention that. The roles and responsibilities of the schools, CDF, the church, the family, we should know by now or recognize that it has all changed. It is no longer the same. I'm hearing everybody say schools. What they look up on, small they call them. I think school they call them. They are kids, and you aside. But at the same time, we need to admit that the traditional roles of these institutions have changed from the date of the Catholic Church and beyond. Some families don't even know how to feed their children, parents to teach them about culture or carnival. So we need to have a conversation about how do we get other institutions or remind these institutions what their responsibilities are in that whole production of mass, playing carnival, playing mass. Another thing from these institutions, so when they leave the family, the school, the church, and they leave, where is the transition until they get to that big adult or whatever band? So sometimes when we teach that at school, for example, with Carnival at the theatre at syllabus, it's not part of the cultural forms changed last year, so it won't be part of it unless we deliberately put it in until it's selected again. So sometimes you have to focus more, you have to battle between preparing for exams or if it is just a learning experience, that's one. But there needs to be a transition, just like the government is now talking about. Okay, so when people leave order, where is the transition house before they go out? So something needs to be in the community for persons to continue that skill that they were initially introduced to at the schools. That's just a comment. Now, question. Where is the role, or where do we place the traditional masquerade, ping, 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 that we knew that used to happen before around Christmas time? Do we have a conversation about does it have a role right now, and to what extent does it have that role in playing mass carnival right now? That's one question, and it's linked to the second one, community carnival, since it's almost the same. I'm fearing that it's happening already, especially with the role of events in Lucia. And how they have either illustrated or come to the communities to dictate. If they don't watch themselves, they will kill it just like La Rose and La Marguerite. You need to know these institutions in government, we appreciate and we welcome the assistance, but first they need to know exactly what their responsibilities are. Because the way they're moving like this year, in a while, you already see that the community carnival is becoming almost like, okay, so I did a chance to join national carnival, and it's like a pretty mass activity, and now you have persons putting those costumes and these things together that you don't get that authenticity you used to get from the community carnivals.
It's pulling my head because I wondered how do we do that. Number one, Carnival is not so popular in St. Carnival has other areas. Yeah, it's not that popular. Not that popular. From the time we shifted, they've had the churches on some market. So we go there, the churches on Sunday say, go to Carnival and join stuff. They go and happen no more. You will see the love of sponsorship between jazz and Carnival. You see where who's favoring who and who's supporting who. You can see, and you can even see the treatment of the two festivals as well. You can see the treatment of it. So it gives you a lot to think. Even now, Monday, Tuesday, the roads are pretty much empty. People don't come to see the parades in the national place.
Community carnival and events or whoever coming in and dictating. I think their heart is in the right place in terms of wanting to see it grow. I do believe, however, that the community leaders also need to be able to, have a say in how or the direction that they want their carnival to go. So just because you're giving me some money doesn't mean that it has to be, in that way. I can't remember who I would say, but I'm one of those who don't believe that everything cultural or traditional is for consumption of outsiders. Now it becomes something for them. The show is for them and not necessarily for us. And so a lot of the things when we talk about evolution and changing, why evolution will happen, there is too much emphasis on what we look like to the outside and other people.
When people talk about the females in the feathers and the bikinis, that is very important, very, very important. And people will understand that. 365 or 363 days of the year, work stress, man stress, boss stress, children stress, all stress, and then 2 days for you to empower yourself to come out and make a church you. 2 days to federal, 2 days to federal, chairman, and to be empowered as you want to. And you see who's playing it. The persons who are well off, who are degreed, who have good jobs and didn't want to request it. It has a significance for them. Just like the whole thing, the whole crop over and 2 days Labor Day, the suits they still exist in that way for them. And that's their way of coming out and celebrating themselves, because the whole carnival is about the body, the flesh. So that's how we celebrate them, and we cannot strike that out. So it's not to roll and have them pause when they do that. And the feathers and all the gems is about empowerment. How do them feel? And when they get dressed up and like this explained and they put the makeup on their chest, it has a feeling associated with it. And one also they strike and understand that because they dress that way, it's something common. It is something that's so important in the festival. Very, very important.
And Barry, while I understand that, so there are some people who are doing it for them, right? When like I explained earlier, I have never jumped in anything other than the 2-piece or the bathing suit, right? So while they're doing it, are they doing it for them, or are they doing it on the camera for them? And so that is what is infiltrating, that everything is for the camera, and which is why the pageantry can happen in this way. We are not seeing the soul in the carnival, because for as long as I could remember, apart from when I did Kids Carnival, being an Arab Indian or something like that, for as long as I remember, there was fancy and bra, right? But that pageantry, as we spoke about, was still there. So it's who are we playing for, right? And I think that's where we have that where we're losing the integrity of the mass.
Thank you for that. I just have a couple of observations and something we will ask. The barrier of 5,000 persons you jump in, you spoke about, and the same 5,000 who reflects, the same
estimation.
No, the same 5,000 a little bit whether it's labor, the same 5,000 a little bit whether it's GW people. The same 5,000, the same set of people reflecting all the time. It's not saloon, right? And so it's a little tough to bring in new blood and stuff. It's a big community carnival. Remember Babulo? Babulo had the biggest Queen show. Remember the Babulo Queen show? Was before the actual Queen show. And I think the Babulo Queen show used to be real big. I don't know if you remember the Babulo Queen show. And then you used to have the move, and I realized we need to have a discussion on whether we have achieved what we set out to achieve by moving Carnival from the February into where it is now. Because you mentioned crop over stays because it's there. Crop is over and they do never. Spice Mass, they do never. Vinci Mass, everybody, the Trinidad, that's why it's sold. When the record sing is right there, the thing is because everybody. Who's that?
They have Spice Mass changed from February to like Vinci Mass changed from February to just before us. They have all changed.
But the two of them, okay, take it back. But not crop over, do okay. but not all of them, but a few of them. But you see, they probably changed and they still brought their spiritual side and all different things working for them. But I think in our celebration, but we will probably lose some of that, and I think we need to, capture that back into our carnival. But that's what, and that speaks to the music as well, because some of the same things we're speaking about then manifest in the creative, the music side of things. But I think Stacey said she don't know where to place the community carnivals, and you spoke about the community carnivals. And I'm big with the community carnivals. I like it. Everybody get them like. But shouldn't it be leading up to the main festivities? That's just a question I have. Shouldn't it be leading up?
Let me ask a question. I have a similar question to answer. Let me ask you that. Just kind of.
No, let's ask one same question.
Because you have shared the same question.
I wanted to ask that because it's connected to what you just said. In terms of community carnival, we know about culture is grassroots, right?
Okay.
So community carnival obviously will be very important in maintaining, well, we want to maintain, but if we want to maintain the soul of carnival, what it means culturally for us, and the connection to people, our real life, community, etc. So how do we ensure, I mean, we don't have gatekeepers, but how do we ensure that people at the community level are knowledgeable enough, connected to the issue, connected to the culture, the ones who are making the decisions, and are empowered enough to stand up against the people with the money? Because it's all good to say that's your culture, but when somebody says, and even if they don't say it, you may get a sense that if we do something different, we might lose that funding, or we are pressed to be the same kind of standard. That's not us, but that's what the world doing, so we're doing it too. So how do we ensure people are educated enough, empowered enough, and connected enough to culture to ensure that grassroots soul carnival is maintained?
Again, I still believe it's an area of development. They organize, reach out to the CDF or the Ministry of Tourism, seek advice, get as much of the technical persons to assist them to build the capacity to do it right. The interesting thing to answer your question is that ideally that would be the best approach to have the community carnivals leading up to. But unfortunately, it's our carnival started that way. It just happened organically. Community carnivals just fell, some before and some after. Now it worked out, but I think this year an attempt was made to try to shift all of them before. It happened very, very late. So there was chaos. That's why it's so frequently complete there. Some people had to shift it around and so on and so on. So there's an intention to do that. I think there's need more discussion. It also has financial implication as well that they have to really look at to see how feasible it is. It also will cause some other challenges with the major festival. If we decide to go in that format, it would mean from May, every weekend has something. Yeah, every weekend has something eating, and it will be competing with something, whether it's a tent, whether it's something, so people have to think about. So it's again, we have to go back to the drawing board and we'll have a major discussion and see what really works in terms of scheduling. And again, there's something that we've seen in the community carnivals as well. Some communities want to do everything, and everything has a major cost. So I'm just saying, if you're stronger at the calypso in let's say Labrie, let's strengthen the calypso. If you're stronger in a party in shows, let's strengthen there. Let's strengthen those areas. But some communities want to do everything, and the scheduling too can also affect the national program. So that's when we have to have a serious discussion. But ideally, that's what the intention is, and that's what we're going to do down the line.
I have one more point. Just
Carnival is a St. Lucian festival. It is not a national festival. Because if it was a national festival, the community carnivals would be part of the Monday and Tuesday. The Queen shows would be part of the St. Lucia Queen show. You all have to stop that word national. There is nothing national about our carnival. And we have to stop thinking that everything in Castries makes it a national event. Junior Creole has proved otherwise. One question: who is going to lead the development of our carnival? Who is going to lead? Two, why do we not have a carnival secretariat? Why? We have a set of committees that are conflicting with each other, that are not communicating with each other, which I think is the major core of the problem. I think what we need to do is to really go back to the drawing board, and I have news for all of you here. I told Ms. Ruby that this is going to be the postmortem for Carnival every year, because I'm not hearing a word. But what I need to tell you is we need to go back to the drawing board, because it has become bigger than we are. And unless we find ways of actually combining a lot of stuff, you have to combine your education system, you have to combine your community programs, you have to combine so many things to make this carnival a successful one. I mean, those hiccups that we have now, they are just hiccups. And the reason why they're hiccups is because the carnival has grown bigger than the people who are trying to manage it. And that is what we have to look at. But we cannot look at it and in the same way and expect it to have a different outcome. We have to really sit down and do a proper branding. My question: who is going to lead the development?
As to who, for the many years I've been involved in Carnival, many documents that speaks to the secretariat. Every time a new administration comes in, something else is formed. And we have to kind of buy or work with the formula it is. I believe you're very correct. We have to look at this festival in a holistic way for it to really work out. I still believe it's a national. It's like getting to a national. And I would say I call it national still because representation of everybody island-wise still involved in it. When you talk about panorama, the banksides come all over, calypso come all over, regulars come all over, so we still form some national aspect of it. I'm just saying that, yes, I'm upset at that in terms of participation in the festival and form of it. But I understand where you're coming from, and it has to be looked at in that way. Again, I do not know, as culture falls under tourism, could be the reason why we have that situation. I know when culture was about education, we felt a lot more kind feeling around there, much more happy. I do not know if the focus, because of where it's located, I can definitely tell you that it's still a priority. The Carnival is still a very important festival, and that we're still trying to find means and ways to make sure that it be successful and get better. But unless a secretariat is not being formed, and a secretariat that runs all year round. I mean, personally for me, I still find jazz made a major impact on the Carnival this year. Because the Carnival seems very rushed. Everything was on a pause between April until the last jazz event. And everything seemed rushed. And again, because of the rush, we find problems with your production, problems with your shows, the issues, all that is just being rushed. So again, and these are recommendations that have been, been out there for so many years as to the right thing. But again, it's who is to who and what the priority is at the moment of the day. And this other bit to me has political aspect of it. And for me, when we talk about carnival, or anything culture, I guess it should be something outside of politics. And should be something for people to be part of, but all, whether you're red or yellow, everybody should be part of the festival and the politics involved in the carnival as well. So it's something for us to look at, it's really to look at and see how it is. But in terms of the rule, there's still the CDF there. The CDF still sits on the CPMC. They still have a voice on the CPMC because the CPMC is made out of the CPMC who really runs the carnival as a rep from CBA, as a rep from the Carnival Music and Management Committee. You have the rep from the Tourism Authority as well there. You have the Queen Show represented there. You have the Central Police Force reps involved as well. You have the events. So the stakeholders are there represented in terms of giving guidance as to how the festival will run. But there's still challenges with regards to the festival.
So being part of the Mabuya Valley Carnival Committee and also being a designer for Expressions Carnival Band, coming from an underdeveloped community where you have carnival, especially the objective not being taught in schools, and we are missing out on the opportunities. My question would be, what role does government or other organizations, including CDF, and 10 years in making sure that carnival or cultural forms like La Rose and La Marguerite being embraced in our community in terms of being taught and preserved to carry out its objective?
It's one thing to say market as a CDF or as that type of organization, but I think outreach becomes very, very critical. There is only so much that you can accomplish maybe by, say, having something basic cash streets. It's a matter of not always asking communities or practitioners to come to you, but really, truly going to them, functioning in their space, so functioning in Mabuya Valley to see to understand what are the needs, what are the strengths, what are the deficiencies, and how the CDF step in to assist, as opposed to prescribing to you, this is what you're supposed to do. Right.
Well, actually, we'll be very, very brief. On my way here, I heard the chairperson of CPMC on Park Central. And while she dubbed Carnival successful, she said that there were a lot of concerns raised, and they're looking to better the Carnival, and so they definitely want to take those things into consideration. And they're going back to the drawing board, very quickly. Right, to ensure that those things are corrected, because people had concerns, and they were genuine concerns, and she definitely wants to take that into consideration for next year. So I say this to say that your point about having that kind of training that you need for Mabuya Valley, that hopefully that is something that they hear, see, and have that organized so that we can contribute to a better carnival.
They have the template. They do it for Journée Creole. So they can obviously join forces to see what the template is and how they can work with communities, because that is one of the problems. Working with communities has always been, we in Castries tell them what to do, but FRC's template is we accommodate them and see what they would like to do and then work on it from there. So there's a template.
Given that your masquerader is shaping, because like you said, the cost of producing the mass is significant. As your masquerader changes, how do you as a carnival band adjust from the shift of playing mass to jumping carnival? So you have your people who just want to be underground, but then they cross the stage and they're empty. And that affects your production.
I think what Fusion tried to do this year, not very successfully, was to sort of get your dancers or your theatre people in the front who can sort of lead your presentation and have that happen. I also think it poses not a challenge, but it's it's something that the designers can look into. Okay, so the backpacks are getting heavier, the costumes are getting heavier. Are we going to use lighter materials? Is the style or the design going to be incorporated into the costume? So we have all these questions to answer. So, you know, these are great challenges that people can look at in terms of how we design the costume. So what we see happening is, okay, I have the swimsuit, and somebody said all of the bands look the same. So I have a swimsuit and then I have a backpack. So from this band to this band to this band, same style, but it's just a little backpack that's different. How do we now push the creative envelope and come up with costumes that's alike, that feel like I want to wear it, that speaks to the theme and whatnot, without me having to have that big backpack from Mega Chain that I'm going to drop, because some of these things are uncomfortable and heavy. So these are some of the things that we need to look at when designing.
The introduction of my band, or the prologue of the band, and the traditional theme. And so this talk about twisted walkers, the costume acts and dancers, so that's how I incorporate the traditional aspect in there before I brought in the other sections in. And that's the way I feel I can contribute to balance. Our plan to a different approach, and we saw an opportunity in the Tuesday. So we created something called Advo Mass, as an advocate mass. And since our field was about the environment, we teamed up with an environment organization who branded the entire band. I trust it was very difficult to get anywhere where there's really to wear it, but we still able to do it. And we do another force in numbers, talking about the environment, recycle, reuse, and see more the East Coast area, and we should use that Tuesday to advocate and see what we'll do every year of our band, to at least fill that void of that Tuesday, and at least there's still something that you can see. So even though we saw the band, we saw t-shirts coming down, we saw some uniformity coming down, and we saw a message coming down. So that's how we use that the medium as well to filter some creativity as well.
Thanks, Melissa. Thank you, audience, for your engagement. It was a pleasure being a section leader. See you at the
Yo tout a sushi mais smooth, bougie, c'est pour yo oui mais.
Contribute to the topic that this carnival is dying or is dead. So there's no need for accessory movement. Like any organization or any activity, you will have some challenges, but I've never thought carnival is dead. You need to shift the gates and so forth. The important thing about carnival is to understand the unity of cultural elements. Delivering into what we have called to become our product, which I don't like to use the term. But at the pinnacle of all of this is the costume. The costuming, the splendor of the costumes, and supported by the music. And so music is the storyteller for Steve band. And this is what are the three prongs of carnival, of what we call Lucian Carnival. And this can be presented as a series of various products or shows. You have pre-shows, you have adults and kiddies, parades, you have Steve band competitions, you have Sukan tents, you have Juve, you have Wolmas, and you have fringe events and community carnivals, and in recent times, public fests. Fests at carnival used to be private fests before, band fests, either before or after the carnival, or somebody has a fete at home. But for some reason, a fete has become part of our carnival product. And this is where we are heading, and we have to come to terms with the reality. Before I go to chronology of the structure of carnival, I think what I've been hearing when I give you is the evolution. Carnival has evolved. In the early days when mass started, I mean, the structure was that you had the costume bands organized by some middle class people in town, and the music that drew that carnival was sometimes music out of Trinidad, and some of our traditional music, traditional folk music drove the carnival at that time. And the events, the unified events, came together on Dimanche Gras. You had the Queen Show, You had King and Queen of the Bands and you had Calypso finals in one show. It was a unified event leading to Juve and then to the parade of the bands. And this set the basis for what the Carnival had become. It sort of expanded in size into various forms, but that unity of these three elements was key to Carnival. Between the 80s and 2000, the elements evolved. And by the way, Calypso was the first to break away from that Dimash Garage show because Calypso was getting so big, Calypso went on its own and played its own finals. Queen Show and the King and Queen of the Bands remained as an event together. I don't know how to share some of you probably won't even conceive or conceptualize it. But I know there were two people that were born already. Numbers increase, and of course, there were challenges, especially to the infrastructure which was supporting the Carnival, the roads and so forth. And I'll come to this in a while. In the last 2 years, what we have seen, and I jump to this quickly, is the breaking up of that unity, that unification of these key elements. Some of the major shows up front, we have a gap of a week, and then we have the spectacle at the end. Only time will tell whether this is quote-unquote successful or not. This year, as a regular myself, the experience we had on the road, especially on the last 100 meters of the road, was really an awful experience. Because, as I think I've been hearing earlier, Carnival is being planned in silos. One element of Carnival is not speaking to another element of Carnival. My question is why we don't create valves for these huge bands coming into town, expect to just go in and come out at the same time. This is just impossible. It is just impossible. But beneath all of this is really sometimes the question of a power play. Big bands wield power in Carnival. And it hasn't just started 2 years ago, it started a long time ago. Huge bands sometimes just break away from the road because they find they're on the road for too long, and they take my ramblers off the road and then move on. This has been happening for a while, folks. It is not just last year and the year before. In the last few years also, we have seen the removal of some of the public events. And again, you're reading out a lot of what we call the free events for the St. Lucian public. Juba used to be free before. Juba is now a costume spectacle. And there are reasons why people feel safe being in a costume band because it's a poor experience at Juba. But if we have a problem, why not fix the problem? We keep running away from the problem, kicking the can down the road all the time, but not fixing the problem. We used to have Mass in the Square, which was another spectacle. We used to have the launch of Carnival. But some bands decided to launch way before the launch. And of course, the organizers feel there was no point in launching Carnival again. I'm not making any judgments, I'm just presenting some historical facts, and you can come to your own conclusions. Yes, so let me go to the chronology of the governance structure of Carnival. After the fire, really was the time St. Lucian Carnival really kicked off after the Castries fire. And the first Carnival Development Committee was really led by people like Miss Bodie and Harold Simmons. And they got the blessing from people who were administrators at the time. So they could have done something, because you remember, Carnival and Steve Band were sometimes prohibited at certain times of the year. Once they got that blessing, they could have gone. But it evolved. And between 1960s and 1980s, we had a series of national Carnival development committees. People like Edward James, Rivers Bergman, Lionel Ellis, these were the people who were known faces and names in the CDC. Then, when CDF was established, coming out of the Ministry of Culture, CDF was responsible for implementing Carnival. And I remember as far back this theme was created by Boots, and I think it was Boots and Fish who created that theme. Mission Carnival, I think so did that, which we ran away from and came back to this year. So we had Teddy, and I didn't put the first names. Teddy and Boots, as being executive directors of CDF, were the ones driving the implementation of Carnival. And thereafter, Comessa. Out of the review of Carnival in 2011, but actually before that, there was a suggestion that, Carnival be removed from the public sector and put it back into an organization, a multi-sector organization. So in 2010, you had the Carnival Coordinating Committee, which lasted for a year and a half. In 2012, we had the Carnival Stakeholders Committee, lasted for 2 years. Then in 2014 to 2016, you had the Carnival Planning and Management Agency. Shilling is in the Nadal, for those of you who don't know. JJ is John Jupiter. Then, more Comessa, Events Company was created and took over Carnival. In 2022, after COVID, we have a change. Back to C, and now it's called CPMC, Carnival Planning and Management Committee. Along that, during that time also you had the creation of similar structures for Calypso, but we're not have to do with that. But essentially, when you look at the management of Carnival, you have the national structure, and John, I'm using the word that is the national structure. And of course, you have the event or band structure. And I have to give credit to the Carnival Bands Association because they've always been leading in ensuring that there is a lot of inclusion and consultation in the national management of Carnival. So, some of the key features of this structure: the lack of permanence. It was mentioned earlier. As soon as Carnival ends, we abort it. Then there's a regrowth just about 2 or 3 months before Carnival, close to the next season. Clearly, we understand the problems. We do not have any kind of permanence or secretariat or even continuity. The challenge you have sometimes, even going to CDF to get information about Carnival, is because everything is so scattered all over the place. You can't even get information to do a careful analysis of what's going on. All of these organizations have limited authority. In some cases, they are created by a cabinet conclusion. In some cases, they are not. Both CDF and ECSL are creatures of statute. They are rigid by law. But they are constrained because the budgets are only approved close to the event, whether it's Carnival or the June Equator or whatever it is. So they still have some limited authority, which makes them very vulnerable. They can't do very much. The mandates change over the years. Every time you think that we have settled on the objectives and the goals, with the organization with new challenges and tasks. But what has been common throughout, there have always been multi-stable entities, but they have the inherent risk of being captured by 1 or 2 dominant personalities or dominant entities. Sometimes the Bands Association are dominant, other times it's a public servant. In recent times it has been the ECSL, and when we did the review of Carnival in 2016, one of the major complaints was the dominant role of the ECSL in Carnival, trying to circumvent creative outputs and creations of the creative people themselves and determining what's supposed to be presented. Then you have in that kind of structure the risk, what I call the risk of capture of events by enforcement officers to restore order on the day. It happens every year. You stand by the roadside and marshals, road marshals, and policemen in a quarrel as to who a marshal is saying will come, the police said will can't come down. When the police say to come, the marshal say you can't come home just yet. And this happens, I mean, some bands take turns in being stuck before the judges for more than 2 hours sometimes. And clearly there's a fundamental problem that we need to look at. One is the question of the authority. Secondly is the question of the roots. Because for those of you who don't know, Carnival used to go into Masha, make the run from Atripo, come back down, come down part of the show, so that's what we call the show scene, but straight down to that street where Riverside Road, back into town. And everybody used to enjoy themselves. Barry also?
Yes. And then it was a crime situation.
Now, the crime situation, again, we keep on blaming situations for things that we don't. There was a bigger problem. The problem was infrastructure. Suddenly we had some huge music trucks, which actually started a movement. I think remember when the flames came down to give us imagination grass, and they had some huge trucks. And they couldn't turn in the smaller streets we had, so we had to change the routes. And I think everybody would welcome the route from Mega J to town. But we used to go into town, make a round into town, which gives sufficient space and time for bands to move. But now you have huge trucks multiplied by 4 in the same band, which creates a problem. Now, you cannot tell a band to have insufficient musical regulars, but you have to ensure your infrastructure responds, or otherwise, if your infrastructure can't respond in time, there has to be some restrictions put on some of these maybe the size of the bands we need to look at, because if you have a smaller band, it means you have less vehicle fleets on the road. So at least everyone has an equal or close to equal opportunity of going around into cash streets and not being able to be stuck to be judged. Coming down the Sanssouci, you're being judged by New Select, but while you're supposed to be going down, there's a band going up, which is already being judged. And of course, when you finish your you don't bother about anybody, you're just enjoying yourself. You have more than 5 tricks in your head, you just want to enjoy yourself because you cross the stage already. So you're not blaming the regulars get to enjoy themselves. But you have to look at the structure and the management. You can move to the next slide, please. Thanks. So, decision making. Earlier on, I heard a young lady was speaking about going to the schools and the schools not there anymore. You know one of the fundamental problems now in schools? The religious orientation of most of the principals. A long time ago, you would go to a school and the principal used to welcome you. Now you have several evangelists and non-Catholics and others running schools, and that creates a challenge for bringing Carnival into schools. So I'm using this to make the point that we need to make decisions based on data, based on evidence. We need to do research, so at least when we come to the table to start looking at the problems, we need to know how to solve them and apply the best solutions based on the evidence before us. Several of the post-modern recommendations of Carnival have not been taken on board. If they were, a lot of our problems would be solved. Barry can speak. Barry has been at almost every one of them, and you can speak to that. There have always been delays in the approval and receipt of funding from the major funders. Sponsors, the state, they almost have you waiting on a string until last minute to give you a little kakara. And all kinds of conditionalities for that. So that's another major issue in terms of the management of. Then sometimes you have the tail wagging the dog. The tail is wagging the dog. In other words, you set rules, but when you go there, the people who are supposed to implement the rules, they take the rules on the head and they set new rules, either on the road or before. You can think about it. And investment. Somebody spoke earlier about about the investment in Carnival. Again, we put money into elements of Carnival without thinking of the proportionate investment in various components. Some people complain about they don't have enough money into steel bands. Steel band is very expensive. I need a lot of money if you're serious about plan coming back on the road to go to steel band. Carnival production is also expensive. A lot of Carnival bandits are gone broke. People feel that, okay, the band have set up people finish to make money. That's why we need to analyze in a very serious way the implementation of the mass. What are the costs? I mean, sometimes you have cases where governments are able to provide relief on taxes and concessions, which not a lot in production. But we need to create spaces for production as well. Where every year you have to find somewhere to build a cost, you need to rent, and then one year you get, okay, the following year the guy decides, so until you give me more money for my space, so I rent to him instead. Sometimes have been fortunate to have relationships with certain companies and able to keep spaces for a long time, so they cut the cost. Ultimately, the regular is the one who benefits, and the public gets a better spectacle down the road. So we have to look at the issues of investment. And my last slide, how do we feel? I won't attempt to give any solutions with our discussion. But I said the answer to the question will depend on another quick question. What is the purpose and priority of Mission Carnival for our nation? Our nation, not our destination. Our nation. Because once you say destination, all kind of other factors for our nation. And everyone must have a seat. As Roblox said, perhaps we need a referendum. Thank you very much. And then he's like actually to share his thoughts.
Thank you very much. I don't know if you want to have a discussion on
No.
Move forward. Okay, so like you, I was not an to ask you to why exactly I'm here. And but my involvement in Carnival has really been from the back end in terms of production and most specifically broadcast production. Many years ago, probably around 2009, 2010, with the late Wayne Wakefield, we felt that we needed a change in how we broadcast and show Carnival, first and foremost to St. Lucians who are at home and want to watch Carnival but cannot be there, and also to the world, how we share our St. Lucian Carnival with the rest of the world. Now, there were a lot of arguments about why Carnival should not be broadcast. Now, don't get me wrong, Carnival was being broadcast on TV long before Choice TV, long before the late Wayne Whitfield, and before Shea Cherry. But what people were seeing was really a lot of Monday and Tuesday. So that was always public for everybody to see. But we just really believed that there was a lot more to Carnival. A lot of the other shows, the Soca Monarch, the Queen Show, Calypso Finals, all of these things were major events in Carnival and had to be shown live for people to see, and also for it to be documented. We have a tendency in this country not to document. We don't keep records of things, okay? So my presentation will be based mainly on this, about the broadcast of Carnival, and by extension, other cultural activities. The public broadcast of Carnival helps to preserve and promote cultural heritage by showcasing traditional art forms, the music, the dance, the costumes, the rituals. It ensures that Carnival and its cultural expression is not lost over time. Broadcasting also allows for wider dissemination and exposure of our Carnival, which can contribute to the continuity of our customs and our culture. Education and awareness. Public broadcasting of Carnival provides an educational opportunity for people to learn about our culture and its unique practices. It fosters cultural awareness, appreciation, and understanding among diverse audiences, and breaking down barriers and promoting tolerance and respect. Now, I'm not talking about people who are outside of St. Lucia, okay? I'm talking about St. Lucians too at home, who may not be by the road to watch Carnival, right? And a lot of them there are a lot of St. Lucians who have never stood in pastures and watched Carnival. They have never had that experience, okay? I learned that when I was a young teacher in the early 90s, when I started teaching in Canaries, and I realized that the majority of the students, 95% of the students, had never seen Carnival, had never experienced Carnival. We're talking about a time where TV was not the most popular thing, there was no cable and so on, so they didn't even watch it on TV, right? And so they never had a Carnival experience. And it was one of those things that, you know, I tried to do. I approached the principal. We decided to have Carnival in the school. We used the houses. They were broken up. Everybody had a theme. The children did their own costumes, built whatever way they could, and they had a Carnival. Interestingly, in our postmortem, there was one particular teacher who was completely against it. Right? She was what we would consider to be a Wabendeglis. And for her, she was completely against the children having Carnival. And when I asked her why, because as far as I'm concerned, it was a successful event. The parents enjoyed it, the children enjoyed it. And this lady looked at me and said she watched the children dancing, and all she was seeing was sex. The gyration, the dancing, and so on. All she sees is just sex. So my response to her, well, if as a grown woman who goes to church every Sunday watching children dance and all that comes to your mind is sex, the problem is you, not the children. You are a serious problem. Okay? And I mean, this is one of the, I mean, you mentioned it a while ago about going to school and the beliefs of some of the principals and teachers. It's, you know, prevents Carnival from being something that is taught in schools and then children get exposed to it, and then you start the whole process of Carnival with the right? Change in how we. So again, as the broadcasting standard gives a lot of people the opportunity to see this major cultural activity that is happening in their very own country, and they don't have the opportunity to be a part of it. Number 3, inclusivity and social integration. Now, Carnival and its various activities, these are often inclusive events that bring various backgrounds together to celebrate the culture, to enjoy Carnival. Now, broadcasting these events publicly allows individuals who cannot physically attend, whether due to distance or to other constraints, to participate in the festivities and fostering a sense of belonging and social integration. There are lots and lots of people who just cannot go to Queen Show. They cannot go to Calypso Finals, whether it's because they just cannot afford it, or they just live very far away. But it does not mean that they don't want to be part of this and they do not enjoy our Carnival. Bringing Carnival to people's homes, right, is part of the whole social integration and making sure that these people are also part of the cultural festivity. Tourism and economic impact. We just spoke about it, where I realized you mentioned making our Carnival, talking about Carnival for our nation and not a destination. But without a doubt, Carnival definitely has a major impact on our tourism and a major impact on the economy. publicly broadcasting Carnival can attract tourists from different parts of the world. This influx of visitors can have a positive economic impact on the host region, boosting local businesses, creating job opportunities, and stimulating the economy. I know that the current minister with responsibility for culture, his view on Carnival is that it's something that is completely for, that's what I seem to be understanding when I listen to him, that the focus really should be on Carnival for visitors, for tourists. And then maybe Carnival, strictly something that people want to come here to do. Visitors want to come here to do. So it seems like everything is put in place for the visitors, those who will come here to enjoy Carnival. That's the biggest mistake that a lot of people continuously make. Tourism officials continuously make when it relates to anything cultural. You have something that's cultural, that's solid in a country, and at some point they realize, oh wow, visitors enjoy this. And they now start to make it more about the visitors and less about the root of this event, the actual culture. Carnival is for St. Lucians. It is our cultural activity, right? Trinidadians didn't do Carnival for foreigners. Trinidadians do Carnival for Trinidadians, right? If you go to New Orleans, they don't do their Mardi Gras and so on for visitors. I mean, they enjoy that. Visitors come, the restaurants are open, the hotels make business and so on, but it's really a thing for them, all right? So although, broadcasting essentially is a way to help boost the tourism aspect and the tourism benefits and economic benefits from Carnival, but from a local standpoint, the policies must always be that Carnival is an activity that is made for the people of St. Lucia. Cultural diplomacy. The public broadcast of cultural activities, including carnivals, can enhance a country's cultural diplomacy efforts. It provides an opportunity for nations to showcase their unique cultural heritage and artistic prowess to an international audience, fostering positive international relations, promoting cross-cultural dialogue. I always like to look at this cultural diplomacy from the standpoint of our musical artists, our soca artists, our calypso artists. The opportunity for us to help our young artists to grow. I mean, when you really think about it, as a singer in St. Lucia, as a soca artist in St. Lucia, any kind of singer in St. Lucia for that matter, what is the prospect for you to become extremely big and to make a lot of money and to grow as an artist in a small country like St. Lucia, right? For a musician as an artist, the prospect of your growth is based on your music going out there into a wider audience. Getting out to the regional audience, getting out to an international audience. We have to give, even in Trinidad, for example, Marshall Group, once his music started to go international, and he started to do concerts in Japan, in Germany, in the UK, in the US, in France. Bob Marley became a major star once reggae hit the international sphere. And he started to do concerts all over the world. And it's the same for us as a young St. Lucian artist. We have to give the artists the opportunity for people to see them outside and for them to get these bookings for these major concerts and for their music to grow. So when we're broadcasting soca finals and the people who are responsible for Caribana, for Notting Hill Carnival, for Labor Day, see Nudie and his performance and they say, okay, we want him. That's the booking. That's where he's growing and that's where the money is. entertainment and joy. Carnival, like a lot of other cultural activities and events, these are just joyous celebrations for us that just evoke a sense of happiness and enjoyment. Okay? So when this man here just decides to paint his body black and then put stars all over it and then put a meteor and so on, nobody's paying him to do that. Okay? Nobody's giving him an award to do that. This is just enjoyment, happiness, and fun, correct? There you go. So by broadcasting these things publicly, the positive energy and festive atmosphere is shared to a broader audience, spreading that joy, spreading that celebration beyond the confines of the physical location. So people who are watching at home are enjoying this and seeing this and having that fun and they're sharing in that happiness and that joy from these cultural activities. And of course, the digital era and global reach. In the digital age, public broadcast platforms offer the chance to reach a global audience. Through live streaming, social media, other online channels, cultural activities like Carnival can be experienced and appreciated by people worldwide, contributing to the promotion of cultural diversity and intercultural dialogue. So overall, the public broadcast of cultural activities like Carnival aligns with the ideas of cultural preservation, cross-cultural understanding, social cohesion. It serves as a powerful tool to showcase and celebrate the richness of human cultural heritage and fostering a more connected and tolerant world.
Coming fresh off the plane. Hello.
All the years I've been jumping Carnival and people complaining about Carnival. I never saw it because I was always in front. I was always a queen. So then, I think it's 2013 or 2014, I just made a decision not to jump. So with excitement, I have my ice cream, my drinks on the bed, TV on, and Carnival start. When I saw the Carnival and the cameraman, to me it wasn't celebration because I couldn't understand what all the time people complaining about Carnival and the dirtiness and the things. I never saw it and I couldn't understand what they were talking about. But when I laid up on the bed, Carnival on, and you see the cameraman, I mean, the costumes, proper costumes, the pageantry, but the cameraman zooming on all the so where is the responsibility there? What you said? Good. But where is the responsibility there?
Sold in a country, and they at some point they realize, oh wow, visitors enjoy this, and they now start to make it more about the visitors and less about the root of this event, the actual culture. Carnival is for St. Lucians. It is our cultural activity, right? Trinidadians didn't do Carnival for foreigners. Trinidadians do Carnival for Trinidadians, right? If you go to New Orleans, they don't do their Mardi Gras and so on for visitors. I mean, they enjoy that. Visitors come, the restaurants are open, the hotels make business and so on, but it's really a thing for them, all right? So although, broadcasting essentially is a way to help boost the tourism aspect and the tourism benefits and economic benefits from Carnival, but from a local standpoint, the policies must always be that Carnival is an activity that is made for the people of St. Lucia. Cultural diplomacy. The public broadcast of cultural activities, including carnivals, can enhance a country's cultural diplomacy efforts. It provides an opportunity for nations to showcase their unique cultural heritage and artistic prowess to an international audience, fostering positive international relations, promoting cross-cultural dialogue. I always like to look at this cultural diplomacy from the standpoint of our musical artists, our soca artists, our calypso artists. the opportunity for us to help our young artists to grow. I mean, when we really think about it, as a singer in St. Lucia, as a soca artist in St. Lucia, any kind of vibe of the carnival, Wayne was very specific that he did not want to see the mate and then the all the vulgarity of carnival. And I can tell you from our perspective, sometimes it is unavoidable. Okay? As soon as you put a camera on someone, they just still the matty. Right? It is unavoidable. We cannot understand why. And sometimes you just need to switch to somebody else. Okay? It's just, and even we were actually speaking about it on Monday night while we were packing up and so on. We were down by the market next to the stage. And even on the stage, with every single presentation, the bands come on to do their presentation, and the first thing you see is just a line of women just come up to the front, they turn around, Matty.
Except drag.
Except, of course, except drag, right? It's as if it's, I cannot understand it. Even on the stage, and you're trying to avoid this, but then you just cannot avoid it. Okay? So, but I mean, over the years, I know for sure that it is policy for us and for the cameraman and for whoever is directed, once we see that we're not showing the vulgarity. We want to capture the vibe and the energy of Carnival, but we're staying away from the vulgarity as much as possible. That just evoke a sense of happiness and enjoyment. Okay? So when this man here just decides to paint his body black and then put stars all over it and then put a meteor and so on, nobody's paying him to do that. Okay? Nobody's giving him an award to do that. This is just enjoyment, happiness, and fun, correct? There you go. So by broadcasting these things publicly, the positive energy and festive atmosphere is shared to a broader audience, spreading that joy, spreading that celebration beyond the confines of the physical location. So people who are watching at home are enjoying this and seeing this and having that fun and they're sharing in that happiness and that joy from these cultural activities. And of course, the digital era and global reach. In the digital age, public broadcast platforms offer the chance to reach a global audience. Through live streaming, social media, other online channels, cultural activities like Carnival can be experienced and appreciated by people worldwide, contributing to the promotion of cultural diversity and intercultural dialogue. So overall, the public broadcast of cultural activities like Carnival aligns with the ideas of cultural preservation, cross-cultural understanding, social cohesion. It serves as a powerful tool to showcase and celebrate the richness of human cultural heritage and fostering a more connected and tolerant world.
I understand what she is saying, but I don't agree with you. Because now we have more control over what we show. Except social media, of course.
Yes.
But as a broadcaster, I mean, you have technical controls. You can switch, and also you have consequences you can deal with. When I worked within the public broadcasting sector for a while, and we had the same discussions with you. We had, before we went out to shoot, we told people what to do. We told them how to dress. Because if you think it's a simple point, but if you allow your presenter to come and do a show in people choice, that is a starting point of people having a level of disrespect for that presenter. Okay? So if you come not dressed properly, not on the broadcast, period. If, for instance, on the Monday on the broadcast, and we deem that you have reached the rules that we set out, you not have to broadcast tomorrow. So these are consequences you have to deal with your crew. Now, having said this, I understand what he's saying, that people almost gravitate towards the camera because people want to create content. This is an era we're in now. Everybody wants themselves to be replicated. So the more the bamba goes viral, the better for them, as far as they see it. But we are making a bigger problem. If at the national level you promote a bamba as a component of our carnival, then you cannot blame the young people in the media for promoting it, because this has been endorsed as an essential part of the imagery of carnival. So all of these things have to be addressed in context.
I still go on Tuesday because, for one thing, the sun educated me on Monday. And the Tuesday, I decided there was nothing to see because people had made a decision that they had no costume on Tuesday, which I have a serious problem with. If there is no costume on Tuesday, there should be no judging of anything. There should be no passing across the stage. Because there is what you judging how quick they can pass across the stage and it's a costume. No, that's one.
But you penalizing some bands because some shows have a costume on Tuesday.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. So we must decide what we're doing. But like I was saying, I still don't want Tuesday. Looking at this mishmash of things. One of the things is there a media association here? If there is a media association, or even if there is not, we need to look at you inbox, people like Barbara Jacobs-Small. You all need to have sessions with all the media houses because the folks doing the broadcast are very young. They don't understand that they need to do research. So it's not about all over. That's all you're hearing. And basically, they cannot, a lot of times, but Monica, I have to say for her, because she's been doing that over the years, she has a little knowledge, a little knowledge of what's happening and stuff like that. And she is so absolutely pleasant on that television. But what I'm saying is, I looked at some of the other channels, and the people were struggling because they were so young. They need training. They need to understand you do not want one outside broadcast because they put a mic in your hand. You need to, the people who are sending them need to make sure they are properly trained, they do their research, they can talk. They had nothing to say in between the wait for the band. There was nothing. And I mean, there is so much about Carnival that can be said, but if you don't have the knowledge. So it's something that I'm really begging you to please, do a little bit of training, especially for the young ones, because they really don't know how. And as for that Martin thing, let me tell you about the Martin thing, okay? My dear partner in Kirikou.com, God rest his soul, Filma Anius. Filma Anius was one of the first cameramen I knew. I don't know what's wrong with our women. I really don't know. They will be coming down, chipping, jump until they see the camera. And they think that it's the bumper that has to matter. And Filma was one of the first people that just used to move his camera. He refused to take pictures or to take anything of the vulgarity. And he used to get cussed by the same women. And I am saying we need to let some of the cameramen understand, and I have to say for choice, it was beautiful looking at your thing because there was nothing like that. And I understand what you say. And I think on the Tuesday, on a Monday, the people who get on the stage and turn their bamba to the judges, they should have 50 or so points removed. Exactly. Okay? Because let me tell you, that was disgusting. And it's disrespectful. So I mean, I cannot knock you all too hard. Choice, you all were fine for me, but I think the other youngsters really do need some training. And when we have to tackle all of the challenges, we are really very hard on ourselves when it comes to our own stuff. And I think, yes, we have problems now with Carnival, but oh my goodness, it's evolving. We just need to make sure that we find the right people to listen to us and to sit down and work out some kind of strategy.
Who is going to take the cause or champion the way forward in terms of creating that policy in terms of culture, not just Carnival, but we're talking about Carnival today. And I understand to a certain extent why it has never happened, because you have many administrations. Every time they put something like FRC, CPF, another group, every 5 years or 4 years, and how it is done through the legislation and the times money is given and so on. I understand why we have so many problems, but there is a lack of proper cultural policy in St. Lucia. And unless we have this plan, unless we have a proper goal, meaning maybe for 10 years, regardless which administration is in place, let's start at least with 10 years, we will continue having these discussions where very little will be done and nobody will be forced or coerced to actually take that step to make the change. We have no plan, we have no goal, we have no policy, we have nothing to guide us. That's why anything and anything. And we come here, we have all these discussions and so, which is healthy, but nothing constructive happens afterwards. And that policy will help us start solving so many issues, whether it is with flower festivals, whether it is with jazz, whether it is with any aspect of our culture, no matter how, and a proper conversation or communication amongst all the stakeholders. Not to pretend just come to a meeting because they have the sergeant, have the person in charge, come to that meeting and CMP, whatever the name of the new board is, like track. And nothing happens afterwards. We must be on the same plane to ensure that the goal we're working towards is going to be met and the objectives from that specific year, all of us are on the same timeline. Because CDF is on one page, then you have the police on another page, the band leaders or the association is somewhere else, so we need to start having this. And I think all the persons who are the different panels or something has to be done for us to have some meeting, or for you to have some meeting where we really have a lobby group to encourage the government to start putting together, start piloting, drafting some cultural policy, especially. Now is the right time when we're not sure what's happening with Carnival, for us to know how we move backward, forwards, left or right. Because something needs to be done, or else we'll explode and we will have a serious problem.
Culturally, we not what matters in culture, right, for us as a people. And somebody matter for you. When I grew up, anyone went up calling somebody and want to insult them matter. And then you let them know, right? But now it's what gets you the collective matter. Well, because it's like it's popular, right? I don't know. Yeah, it's subjective, right? So what that may not be discussing, so we have to take that into consideration. Sorry, let's go focus on my side. So I wanted to know, if you're gonna have like a delay on broadcast where you'll have a chance to like maybe put the blue to blue things out, you'll have a delay to blue or to switch the cameras.
Carnival was launched in October, but it was launched in Miami. And what happened is, when it was launched, the Carnival Band Association did not have any input in the dates that were given. For example, Junior Carnival. The other thing is, when the vote came down, not many of us knew except the day before, 2 days before, the boats were stepping down. Right? And yes, what do you suggest that we can do to help the government understand that, like you said, the bands and Calypso, the artists, we were in Carnival. If we say we're not doing something, we don't stop. there is no carnival. Because the way we got the 9th of July instead of the 2nd that was given to us is because if you don't give us the 9th, we're not coming out. And we told them also, they would try to give us the 15th. The 15th was the Saturday before adult carnival. And knowing that most of the adults who jump adult carnival have junior bands. So we say, we're not coming out. So junior carnival was delayed for months. We only started our costumes, our January, March, April by May. So we only had June and July. And we struggled. We didn't make anything, knowing that a lot of the bands gave away costumes. So what do you suggest, or what do you think that we should do to ask government to give us a say, or more of a say, in how we the people stand in Carnival?
The solution lies in some permanence in the structure. CPMA, which I think sometimes is actually an end period for their existence after this carnival. I mean, the first thing we have to do to ensure that CPMA is re-established immediately after its life ends after this carnival. CPMC, right? CPMC, or whatever, I get so confused. And to ensure it's properly constituted and given some authority. In that case, whether it's junior mass or adult mass, you begin to have discussions from very early. And also, you begin to set this on the calendar very early. Because what has happened in the end is that if you do not do that, other things are beginning to be created, and then whatever Kakashi and cost left, that's what is given to you, and you take your dates as the case may be. I mean, even junior mass, for instance, we have junior mass starting at 10 o'clock. Because I was in some photography for one of the bands, and just to see going on. And you should be standards. I mean, these things have to be thought of. You have to have discussions with the Catholic Church. Are you going to have a mass on that day? What time is the mass? So if you're doing judging, you do it somewhere else. I mean, you probably can do some quiet judging in the square, but you can't start music while they
But we were told we couldn't do that. We were told we couldn't do that till mass was over, so everybody had to do a sound check away from the church.
At least you can still prejudge the costumes, because that is
that's not law, yeah.
You know? So, because sometimes you have these things happening, and it's always at the last minute, things are being put into place. You know, like this last 2 weeks we had Mass of the Spare. Almost after saving face that because there was nothing in talk after the city. There was nothing happening, so we had to do something. You know? So the fundamental problem has to be resolved is the permanence of the structure, as you will see the secretariat. I would say not just a secretariat, but a department to do that. Because you're talking about economic spin-offs, you're talking about so many components of Carnival, you just not a secretariat. You have a department. If you're serious about Carnival, the same way you're serious about jazz, that you have events company and tourist budgeting jazz. You need to have a department dealing with Carnival. Because Carnival has become that big, both nationally and internationally.
You're absolutely right. I want to add to that something that you mentioned earlier. You have the tail wagging the dog in a lot of these situations. And then you have certain stakeholders who just keep getting their way. Right? And as you said, once they get their way and once their requirements are met, to help everybody else. But Emmett, you know, when you speak of permanence, I think it's one of the things that is lacking most from Sedentary Carnival. We have reached a point where the authority of the carnival, whether it's an agency or committee, cannot be something that's just set up for 3 months or 4 months, 6 months, then dies out. You don't hear from them again at all. And then 2 months before Carnival, they just come back up and think that they could they could put together the biggest cultural activity in the country in 3 months, right? The other thing when we speak of permanence, for me, it always also comes back to documentation and having all of this documented properly, not just audio documentation and video documentation, having it recorded, but when I look at this room here right now, it's time for us to have a Carnival museum in this country. It is time for people to be coming down to this country and go to a place where you could see the big costumes for the last 5 years and just keep recycling these. All this beautiful piece of art that just gets thrown away by the side of the road. Okay? All that is part of the permanence of the art form. It needs to be there for people to see it. You know, this is a lot of work. This is a lot of art and creativity that there's absolutely no respect shown for it. Okay? So these are the kinds of things to me that this is one of the ways that you keep Carnival alive throughout the year. So it's not just something that just happens, you know, the fact that you have a Carnival museum, you can go and see what happened for last year. So somebody who was not here can go to the museum, see the costumes that were on display this year, see what happened, watch a video of Calypso finals, that kind of thing. So Carnival is just constantly there, right? And as you said, you need a secretariat. So as soon as Carnival done, in August, maybe you take a break, but by September, you need to start planning Carnival for the next year. You need to start the process for the following year. Thank you.
In addition to the government being involved in preserving costumes, the private sector has a role. I mean, St. Lucia Distillers has secured some of the costumes that is sponsored, and they have made a tour. If you're a company, you know, like Baron Foods or whatever it is, and you invest so much in a costume, I think it's your responsibility as well to showcase that costume. You can't showcase all of them, but you take 2 selected costumes and you showcase them. You can probably rotate them, because the way costumes are designed now, it's easier to store costumes now than before. Because the costumes are polar wing panels, and you could store them and you sort of rotate the exhibition. You know? I mean, a costume like Tribe of 12, you know, Easter time coming up, that can become a display for that Easter period because of the theme of the costume. So we have to be more broader than just simply relying on the government, but ensuring that the private sector will invest. This is return on investment. Because somebody was saying that they were so sad after Kiddies Carnival, they just saw so many children.
Junior Carnival.
Sorry, Junior Carnival. Apologies. I don't even change all the pieces of costumes, you could just drop. I said, but you know, you could have simply said, anybody with a costume, just pass it like a costume. And it can be part of the display at your home. It doesn't have to be an elaborate piece, just take a headpiece. You know, I collect headpieces, I also wear at my home, I didn't have any space more anymore. That's why I stopped having costumes, because I can't keep my own costumes.
A matter of sustainability, environmental impact, and the circular economy. Because we're spending quite a tiny sum of money every single year to be importing materials, and only to see those materials just end up in the landfill.
Yeah.
And I don't know what the exact figure is on it, but I would guess it's over $1 million at least in terms of those materials, those feathers and whatnot. And we have to be able to find a better way of utilizing them, recycling them, using them into something that is beyond that. And I don't know if it can even be used in Junior Carnival later on, or in other events as part of, you know, we need to be able to figure out how to recycle that, because, I mean, from our perspective, this is money that the country is bringing in, that we are spending, and we only use it literally for not even 2 days now, for a few hours, you know, and that's ridiculous for a small island development state.
like I was saying, what they should do is work with the communities, knowing the fact that they are in wide use. They can scrap it, give it to communities, so that way they don't have to be making back pieces that are already being disposed. They can just take them, scrap them, and use them for community carnivals. Because that's a way of solving an environmental problem. Because I can tell you for Cashews Carnival, you'll be amazed. All on the ground, leg pieces, back pieces, shoulder pieces, and what are we doing? Okay?
Whether we could have our cake and eat it too, regarding the dates of Carnival. Could we not have like a T Baba or PT Baba as a sort of a teaser on the original date to sort of lead up or give that kind of grounding and sense, and maybe even repurpose some of the old costumes from the year before. It's a freer type of event, because you hear that quite often from some people. And we lost our soul, we lost this all. Right. So I'm just thinking maybe that is something, especially given the fact that we're trying to now have all our community carnivals before the date. It's very difficult when you look at the date of jazz in the middle of May, and that gives you 8 weeks to begin trying to have events and ramp up activity. So we need to think about maybe Carnival being a little bit even broader than just the little July period that we actually have. There was an interesting statistic that came out, just a post from the Times. I don't know if you saw it last week or thereabouts, where they were actually able to say that they got private events made $4 million in revenue from the sale. They were able to tell you how many thousands of tickets were sold online, how many thousands of tickets were sold on island, right? And number of events. Lots of detail. Where is that detail for separation? Where is that information? Because we cannot be making decisions and we don't know what the data is saying. We don't know what the numbers are saying. I can tell you one event I know was definitely $1 million event. One event. Right? I'm talking about a private event, not a, no, not even, no. And it wasn't even one of the big shows, right? And all inclusive was probably $1 million event, right? And we having 16 events on one day. I don't even know what the total number of events we had over that 1 week period, but it was plenty, and plenty tickets were sold. And I'm not saying that because I think, the taxman has to come after but we need to get a sense as to where we are going, whether we are growing. We hear the numbers sometimes. I think this year, it was about 5,050 members according to the breakdown that they gave in total. To me, that's probably about the same number of people who were jumping 15 years ago, in my opinion. I could be wrong, but I don't think that they're actually more revelers on. They're fewer bands. If I think back to the last time I jumped Carnival in 2009, and even before that, I would say almost 5 bands and had about 1,000 each. So the costumes are going more expensive, and the question is, are we pricing ourselves out of people being able to access and participate and get involved? So I think that the data with respect to that is very, very important. You also mentioned, Ember, the routes. I think that, when you look at places like Paris, these places were designed for parades, And we have to start thinking about how you actually look at your open spaces too, and how they actually are designed for Carnival. And those are some of the indications too as to how you can design your routes. And I think there can be a lot of improvements to allow for better flow with respect to that. Even the issue of venues is another thing I think needs to be looked at as well. The quality of venues, how they are vetted, how they are selected. You will find that some of them have some, strange impacts. Even just the direction that the stage is facing can have an impact on the number of people who are going to be competing next day about the noise. And so I think we need to be thinking about some of these environmental impacts as well. And just last, just a little bit of a teaser. The issue of Carnival and whose Carnival is it? Because you were of course speaking about the 1940s and we effectively imported the Trinidadian Carnival in. And, I was thinking that the Trinidadian Carnival was imported to Trinidad. It wasn't an original thing in Trinidad either, right? And it struck me that a friend of mine was in a lodge, just a little side note, a Masonic lodge in Trinidad. The first Masonic lodge in Trinidad was actually formed by St. Lucians who were fleeing Trinidad, fleeing St. Lucia, right, in the 1790s, and went across there, and then they formed their lodge coming out of St. Lucia. And a lot of that is the same in the Carnival, I suspect. And I saw a reference in a book that was done by Celine Foster about the Gallardo Beck family, where in that book in the 1840s, they're writing letters back and forth between the family in France. And they say the lady is leaving Balamouche and she's going to spend time up in Soufrière to take in the carnival going on in Soufrière. So it was a time where we had carnival here. I don't know exactly what happened, why it died out, what caused the shifts, but I think it would be interesting for us to begin seeing a deeper sense of carnival that is part of an international carnival. The carnival is international. We have to compete now against everywhere around the world. And I think, yes, we can have our unique products, but there are some things that we don't have to reinvent, I think there's some nice little aspects of carnivals that we're seeing that can be taken up. I think Sidel has done a nice thing with his transcend thing, where he's brought on the midnight mass concept out of Grenada. There are a few other things that we might be able to look at. And we have to study it. Look at the business, look at what's going on, look at what people are doing, and learning and picking and choosing what we can actually do to innovate to make ours the best.
Okay, something that's coming into our carnival that I'm a little concerned about, and that is the police. Juve. I remember going to Juve and jamming Juve until about 10 o'clock in the morning, going home, bathing, changing, putting on my costume and coming home to play mass. Then the police, there was a problem, and the police, what I could understand was, the problem wasn't in the darkness at 4 o'clock. The problem was in the continuation until 10 o'clock, because then all of a sudden people started, there was an incident for 1. And then our leaders started saying people were late with their costuming, coming in for costumes because of Juve. So we got our Juve cut back to 8 o'clock. This year Juve cut back to 7 o'clock.
7:30.
7:30? That is the most ridiculous thing, and I would really like to know what the reasoning is for that. The other thing I would also like to see is when Desmond Braffett was alive years ago, Desmond Braffett made a concerted effort to bring Pan back into Carnival. So what he did was, there was a policy between 4 and 6, only Pan in Juve, between 4 and 6. From 6 to 8, they could have had anything else they wanted. Between 4 and 6 was only Pan. And it really helped the Pan movement at the time. And I really wish that these two things would happen, that the Pan men would come out for Juve 1, and 2, that we have a spectacle for Carnival, which begins with a traditional spectacle. There is no way French bands should be opening our Carnival. As much as I love them, it is our Carnival. We need to put our own spectacle, traditional spectacles on the road. And the first place in Panorama should be on parade, on the road. There's no reason for them not to be there. So, I mean, we need a secretariat.
To some organization which has staff. The other point is that we have to decide what this carnival means to us as a nation. I'm hearing the argument about you need to grow carnival all the time, you need to ensure it's growing. But growing with who in mind? Is it just for sale overseas or for ourselves? I mean, Steve Land, for instance. Steve Land has to grow, but we cannot be selling ourselves as a foundation for Trinidadians. I mean, that's absurd. But for ourselves, we need to grow pan that pan permeates throughout the country, throughout St. Lucia. And, you know, it's one of my beefs in Carnival, is the disproportionate attention to some elements of the Carnival. I wouldn't harp on it too much, but somebody made a point, why didn't we have the winner of Panorama parade in the streets? The Queen of Carnival runs for a whole year, giving all sorts of perks in the passages to be watches from my video, and trips to the this is what guys is. I mean, now we are making that trip.
We work hard, we play harder. Well, I work hard for me money when the week come. But when the week done, if I feel too fat and drink rum, then I go drink rum, and I go do what the hell I want to do. What you wanna do is up to you, cause I'm free to do as I please. So if you